do it. Why is YouTube being dumb? Hope you folks can see me because my YouTube page isn't wanting to load. Okay, now it's loaded. But on my screen it's black. Can you hear me? Hey folks, anybody there? Can you hear me? Can you see me? My YouTube control panel is being very strange. It's just showing a black image, but I'm definitely putting out video. There we go. Now it's working. Hello, Maurice. Welcome in, welcome in. Oh, hi folks. We see you now. Cool. I don't know what. YouTube, when I hit live, has been, I don't know how anybody who does the like countdowns to live thing can actually make that work anymore, because it's been so spotty about when you hit live, what actually goes live. Whatever. Morning, hello everybody. Good morning, good evening, wherever you are. Oh, Gene's coming into the, come on kiddo. Dude. Hi baby. Jekyll just chased Gene into the studio, so. Mandic Monday, Saturday. Motors look tiny compared to this. Yeah, the motors do look pretty tiny on this big behemoth of a machine, but oh well. Oh well. I want one, but I don't think I have room. That is a legitimate problem. You need to have a space dedicated for something like this. Afternoon, was watching your Mark IV's upgrade video. Cool. Oh, there's the... I brought it into the studio now because I needed it here yesterday. So, alright folks, we're going to get into picking up where we left off on the RatRig. I was looking at the instructions before stream. I thought the next step was going to be Toolhead and Gantry stuff, but it's actually bed install time. Yay. I could skip that. Yeah. With such a powerful bed, this could work as a convection heater. You're not wrong. You know what? I think we will skip the bed for the moment. Yeah, bed idea. I think we're going to skip the bed for the moment. I like the idea of having the bed here so I could use it for a work surface while I work on the Toolhead, but it's going to be in the way filming, so we're just going to wait. We're going to wait on the bed for a minute. Maybe we'll get to that later in stream, which means we're on to Toolhead now. Now it's Toolhead time. All right, I'm going to pull up the instructions so you can see what I'm looking at here. That's not helpful. Let me fix this. Hygiene bean. There we go. Now we got the instructions pulled up. Sparks on top, or Sparks on tap. Welcome, welcome. All right, I got a whole bunch of Toolhead parts here. Start putting some heat press inserts into. You gonna help? I don't know that Gene's gonna be much help here. I'm gonna change the other camera angle so we can get a better close-up of me working on this. 1 second. Uh-oh. Yeah, Gene. Gene is very much being helpful. It has many Gene helps. Did the camera view flip in this scene? Yes. Yeah, I have the camera view flipped in that scene so I could like point at the instructions from the corner, and I don't know. It's just a weird choice I made. What's the weight of the bed? Like half a ton? I have no idea what the bed weighs. A lot. A lot. All right. So we got printed parts for the Toolhead here in this bag. I gotta put heat press inserts into these. Prep them for assembly. Hi, Gene. Yes, you're very helpful. So, looking back at the instructions. Just a whole bunch of heat presses. So I'm going to fire up a soldering iron and get to it here. You're so helpful, baby girl. Jose, welcome in, welcome in. Hello, hello. Let's set some heat presses in place. They'll be ready. Ah, this fan duct for the part cooling, one of my heat presses just fell into and then just shot out like a slide. All right. Press, press, press. Ooh, these are dangerously close to the edge. These inserts that are closer to this back body, I gotta really be careful not to have my soldering iron hit the side while I'm doing this. Heat press had the time of its life. Yeah, it went for a fun ride. Whee! It said. Whee! It's interesting. On the RatRig Toolhead, they use 4028 fans. So server type axial fans, not blower fans. So that's what, this is the part cooling fan duct, the back side of it. So, interesting choice on their part. Gene, you're sitting on my mouse. Gene has taken my mouse. Okay, now I get one in the side of this too. Custom rear light enclosures for a C3 Corvette. All right, that's an interesting day. That's an interesting day for sure. Oh, there's one up inside. Oh, one inside, yeah. One inside of the duct area. Good luck with that project. Are you scanning the housings or what? Okay. All right. All the inserts are in the part cooling duct. Now it's on to the Hotend cooling duct. We are going to be running the Rapido, stock Rapido, which is the default option for this machine at the onset. Oh, this gets two M4 inserts. All right, that's annoying. I'm going to have to change out tips on the soldering iron. All right, one in there. 4 in the face of this for the fan to screw into. Hi, Domino. What are you doing, kiddo? I think I might have the wrong size tip in here. Feels like it might be a M2.5 insert tip. Now that I'm really pressing these. Working fine, but... But it's letting it rock a little bit. Hand technical drawings with all dimensions. That's helpful. That's nice. Okay. I'm gonna have to come back to this one because I gotta put some M4s in that. Next up is this lower fan housing. Oh, it gets inserts in the top. Okay. Inserts in the top of this part cooling duct. Inserts in the top. Oh, and the bottom. Weird. Okay. Oh, I think that's the beacon mount. I think this duct is also the beacon mount. Okay. Now, yeah, that looks like beacon mounting distance there. That makes some sense. Cool. And, oof, those holes in the back are tooty. I need to clean them out. They're on the bed surface side of this print, so they have maybe a little bit of elephant's foot into the opening of the print. Clean that out a little bit. Yeah, little elephant's foot. Nuno, welcome in. Can you move the Loctite? That might be helpful, sorry. That might be helpful. Okay, this barely sits in there, so I'm going to get it started with some heat. Nope. Careful starting this one. Another one goes down the slide. Yep. Different slide this time. Bigger slide. All right, one in. Come on, number 2. 2 in. Okay, part cooling duct has the pieces in. Its inserts in. Now the EBB mount. This will be a tool board mount. This is going to be running CAN on this build, and this is the tool board mount. Needs more heat press inserts. How the gantry assembly go? Very, very smoothly. It was so easy. I'm kind of glad I didn't stream putting that on because it was just so easy. Seems like RatRig went miles ahead for the Toolhead. Last time I checked, it was EVA 2. This seems different. This is their RatRig Toolhead. It's very EVA-esque in design. It's clearly inspired by EVA, but it is their own design. So, yeah. The RatRig Toolhead. Clearly EVA inspired, but their own thing. Live chat. Am I missing something in chat? CAN or USB? CAN, I believe. I believe it gets used in CAN mode, but it could be connected in USB. It is a EBB 42, which can be run over CAN. I don't think RatOS supports CAN. Might be wrong. Don't know. We'll find out. It might be connected via USB, but if it is an EBB 42, no, I'm thinking about it wrong. I was thinking about how you have to piggyback off the wiring for certain USB connection setups. I do believe I am thinking incorrectly. A little bit of elephant's foot brim on this piece. All right, I think these are our last 2 pieces that are getting M3 inserts. These little Punkfill green ones. These are belt clamps. And then I will switch to an M4 tip and go back and do those couple of M4s we got to do. All right. Is this printed by RatRig? These were printed by RatRig. These are from RatRig. Did you get much done off cam? I didn't do much. I installed the Gantry. The only thing I did off camera last night was, before we ended stream yesterday, I assembled one end of the Gantry. I assembled the other end of the Gantry, I put the rail on it, and I put it in the frame. That's all I did off screen yesterday, and a couple of heat press inserts that I didn't get to earlier. So, I feel like these could use I feel like the rails could use ever so slightest bit of the squaring. They're a little noisy. Any difficulties to note? The only difficulty I had with installing it was the instructions weren't very clear on leaving things loose. They didn't say to. They said not to over tighten it. Yeah, it does sound like there might be a bit of bind in there. We'll mess with that yet, probably. They said not to over tighten it, the gantry parts that is, but what I found is when I mounted one side, the other side, the holes didn't line up. So I had to loosen both ends of the gantry on these brackets on both ends of the gantry, so that I could just ever so slightly squeeze things inward and get the holes to line up on both ends. Then I just pulled it all the way to the back, and I retightened the gantry screws so it was squared. Maybe have a little bit of twist. No, I checked. To the front and to the back, it's square. The gantry is square front and back. I think the rails might be ever so slightly skewed. Totally can happen. So, we'll see. Miguel, welcome in, welcome in. All right, I'm waiting for an iron to cool off now, so let's locate the tool head plate. Where did I put the tool head plate? I have the printed parts from the tool head. Here's the tool head. No, it was this hybrid box. I think this is the hybrid box. Yeah, that's the hybrid box. Yeah, that's electronics box. Electronics. Watching back VODs on 1.5 next week for reference. Love to hear it. Helga in the house too. Hello. Hello. Tool holder. Where the heck did the tool head plate go? This is more electronics. I think it might be some tool head stuff. No. That's tool head wiring. Tool head wiring, beacon. We're gonna need this, but that's not what I'm looking for. I haven't seen the tool head plate. Another day of starting out looking for things I'm missing. Yeah, that's what I'm gonna do, Miguel. We'll do that yet before I move too much further. Loosen rails and let it free up a little. Sorry, Gene. Scared the crap out of Gene. I don't see plate. There's my mounting plate for the tool head. Gene's having a blast back there. Oh, you can see her. Nah, she's just out of camera view. Just out of camera view. Okay, where the heck is the toolhead plate? This is all hybrid motors. Those are toolhead printed parts. Rat came in and eaten it, yeah. Wiring loom. Tool holder. I'm funging. There's a plastic bag with toolhead hardware. There's one. Yeah, oh, you know what? I see. There's this I haven't opened yet, but doesn't feel like there's anything in here. That's a spare hardware bag. I don't think this is it, but I'm gonna open it anyway. Some more printed parts. I doubt it'd be with this. Yeah, this looks like electronics, probably. Electronics parts, printed parts. Cool. Kat's having a blast with the boxes. Yes, she is. She is having a blast. She says thank you for all the boxes. Change from a 0.4mm to a 0.6mm nozzle on your Voron Zero. Dark Third Dimension. Is there anything you should retune after making that change? Everything. Quite honestly, nozzle size changes can change everything. I retune filaments to each size. A different nozzle size can be happy at a different temperature, a different extrusion multiplier, very definitely, you absolutely want to tune. Wow. Brain fart. Pressure advance. Pressure advance will absolutely behave differently as well. Honestly, I tune different nozzles as if they're a different machine. And you only have to do it, each time for each machine or filament. Like, it's annoying, and it's one of the reasons I don't switch nozzle sizes as much as I'd like to, because I'll often be like, I have to retune the machine for that size. It's usually not drastic changes. Pressure advance can be pretty drastic changes, though. But yeah, I tune fresh with a new nozzle size. Not new nozzle size. Talking about the V0. Think a PZ probe would work on the mini stealth burner. Yes, but no. The PZ probe will fit in a mini stealth burner, no problem. Your problem is going to be, I would not recommend PZ probe on a V0 because it's a cantilever bed and the nozzle probing actuation force is too strong. You may get some bed deflection when it's probing. I wouldn't do it. Wouldn't do it. You need a fully supported bed when doing it. According to Nero, the E3D has tested the PZ in the V0 without issues. Zombie Hedgehog put the PZ in his Doron Velta and couldn't get it to work. And the Doron Velta is a more supported bed because he said the actuation force was too much. E3D had it on a V0. Okay. I wonder if his Zombie Hedgehog just didn't tune his actuation force enough. Can this work with Stealth Changer? No, absolutely not. RatRig is not going to work with Stealth Changer because Stealth Changer is based on a V2.4 where the gantry goes up, changes tool heads, goes back. You don't have that on this. You could make your own tool changer for this. It could be done, but it's not going to be Stealth Changer. It'll be totally different. So you need an XL style tool changer, exactly. I think Lee Smith's workshop, I believe, is working on a RatRig tool changer. This printer's as big as my office. Yeah, I think it is, Ben. Maybe he didn't tune it properly. Also, the door on bed isn't fixed. It just held with springs. Yeah, it's a floating kind of bed design. I wondered if he didn't tune it properly. I have no idea. I'm going to try the PZ probe on my Doron build. I'm going to give it a try because it's the perfect application for that. Would you recommend building one of these or a Voron 2.4? I can't say. It really depends on what your wants and needs are. Ben, yes, I am going to be at the Protopasta open house on the 19th. Yes. I will be there. Okay, where the heck? We still don't have a toolhead plate. Don't know why. I'm not seeing any additional hardware I'm missing. Let's look again. Again. If you need big, go RatRig. Okay, fans. This is electronics box enclosure kit. Panels. This is all electronics box. Cool. I just want to eliminate where the heck these pieces could be. So, not in this box. This one is Toolhead wiring. Have a good stream. Thank you, Ben. Thank you, Ben. I'm going to open this up because I see... Oh, I see it. I see the plate in there now. It's in the middle of this wiring bag for the Toolhead. Boom. Okay. We got it. We got it. Sal's so sad. Now you need the Milo. Yeah. Oh, don't worry. The Milo's coming back and I have some thoughts. I thought you were going to prep for stream. Why would I do that? I prepped for stream by putting a gantry in. Milo. The Milo will be coming back on stream very soon because I need to get it finished. Voron has much more in Toolheads, compatibility with different hardware, and rigidity. If you want rigidity or easy build, source with less effort, source RatRig. Yeah, I'm sorry, I was too busy looking for parts. I do agree with that sentiment. It really comes down to what you want from a machine. If you want a machine you want to toy with and make it your own, go Voron. Not to say you can't do that with a RatRig, but the community is much larger with a Voron, so it's going to be much easier. If you don't have the CAD skills to design your own mods, then go Voron. If you just want a machine you can put together that's rigid, strong, beefy, and can go to a very big size, well then, RatRig. I mean, a RatRig like this is basically a Trident. I mean, I've got a Voron Trident over there with 9mm belts and a lot of modifications. But you can still use EVA on VC3, which offers a wide variety of hot end and extruder combinations. Okay, good info, Helga. So there's still that customizability. Yeah, it really comes down to what you want for your machine, in my opinion. If you want to go big, there's no replacement for RatRig. Because Vorons don't go above 350mm under the prescribed measurements, you know? So you're making your own if you want to go anything bigger than that. So if you want a 400 or 500 machine, you got to go RatRig anyway. You don't have to, but it's going to be a lot easier to do so. So. Okay. Ding. Fries are done. Plate located. I'm going to swap out my tip for M4 on this heat press tool. Good to know that EVA is still, acceptable on this, still usable. Okay. Now I need the M4 heat press inserts. Here they are. I went RatRig for a beefy frame and construction, then I did a V0 2.2 for best of both worlds, giant and small. Perfect. Makes perfect sense to me. I had somebody talking about that in stream yesterday where they were like, well, what if I want to print something small? It's silly to have a machine that big. Like, cool. Have a V0 as well. Just have both. I mean, I get that that's a privileged thing to say, I guess, but like, if you can only have one machine, yeah, that stinks, but if you want to go big on a Voron, you need to replace everything on the frame, do mods on the gantry to make larger belts, but people do 600mm or higher. It's doable. 9mm belts. You could go, there are 30-30 mods for Vorons. There's a I forget what they call it. It's like a chonky trident that that uses 30-30 extrusions. Like, it exists, but then you're basically just building a RatRig. So why not just build a RatRig? Like, I considered it, but I was like, well, I could just build a RatRig. I would love to see you do an easy bake trident. I'm going to be doing a sort of Doom Cube 2.4 soon. Before the end of the year, I'm going to be doing a Doom Cube 2.4-ish. RatRig V-Core 500 and a Sub-Zero, complete opposites. Yeah, that's very opposite. You are right. Okay. My M4 inserts go in the side of this, I believe. I want to double check. Yes. Okay, M4 inserts go inside of the fan housing. I lowered the bench. Going up. All right, M4 inserted in one side. There's a guy in the Boron group doing a custom 2.4 600 by 600 with bigger 40-40 40-20 frame and 9mm belts. Cool. I use 40-40 for my 7 Toolhead stealth changer build with Doom skirts. Cool. Yeah, I'm going to be doing an insulated Doom Cube build 2.4, so 40-40 out 40-40 and 40-20 outer frame. 40-40 and 40-20 outer frame. With insulated side panels and active heated chamber. We'll be doing that build probably yet this year. It's been on the back burner for way too long. So it'd be crazy if you could do an Annex K1. I'd love to do an Annex. I don't know. It's hard to get to, and I've got way too many projects on the rest of my year is full. Yes, rest of 2024 is pretty much accounted for right now. How tough would it be to do 30-30 or 40-40 with a standard trident? There's already a 30-30 trident out there. It exists. Like all the files and everything, so it exists. Have a good stream. Off to burn stuff with lasers. Have fun. Totally unrelated to the stream itself, but is it possible to have the chat visible in full screen mode? The way you can do it, Alan, I'm sorry, butcher of a name, pop out the chat. You can go up to the top of the chat window, hit pop out chat, then you can go full screen on the stream itself, and then just have the chat on top of that. That's the way you can do that. Yeah, 40-40 or 40-40 would be much easier because it's just, 2020. Oh, darn it. Keyboard dropped out again. It's this keyboard, when it goes to sleep, it just really coming together. Thank you. Thank you, Bearded Bucket. Yes, it is. What's it called? I know there's a 44. Oh, Trident Maximus. That's it. There's a Voron Trident that uses NEMA 23 motors, 30-30 extrusions, called Trident Maximus. I just dropped it in chat. Hasn't been updated in forever. It's a beastly little machine. Honestly, that could be a really fun build with NEMA 23s and 9mm belts. Swap it to a different tool head. It's only like, it looks like it's only a 250, but that could be a really powerful, fast little prototype machine. For low layer height, or not low layer height, low Z height builds. That's a chunky boy. Yeah, it is. Trident Maximus. That's what I was thinking of. So it exists. Yeah. Okay. Where were we at here? Back to... Weird. Monolith all-wheel drive on that thing? Oof. NEMA 23 all-wheel drive? I'm pretty sure you're just asking to snap belts. Quad 23s, yeah. Okay, back to the toolhead. All right. So we got this toolhead plate now. We have this. I got the hardware bag for this whole thing here. Already got Loctite on the countersunks that are going into the gantry. Lovely. All right. I'm gonna lower the workbench and try and get a better angle. That's a Havort, basically. 30-30 frame with NEMA 23s and all-wheel drive. Okay, that's fair. Speaking of which, has anybody talked to Mirage C in a while? I haven't talked to him in quite some time. In like 6 months or something. And I haven't seen any videos, nothing. I miss that guy. I'm sure he got busy with life, but I'll change camera angles quick. Have a feeling it's going to take a few people to get this. Yeah. I think he did a YouTube short around March. Yeah. He, you know, really, I mean, I totally understand life gets in the way, but he had a couple of really interesting projects about like best high flow Hotend and extruder that I really wanted to see him continue with. I really love his level of detail and all that, and it just hasn't happened. So too bad. Okay, now we got to get this toolhead plate mounted. So this toolhead CNC mounting plate is just a flat plate that mounts on here. Extruder hot end on this side, part cooling on this side. Who are we talking about? Mirage C. We're talking about Mirage C. AKA the Havort guy. I'm sure if I just bothered to go to his Havort Discord or whatever, he's probably quite active in there. I just, you know, don't, because so many Discords, so many places. Okay, get this started on here. We're gonna have to change this out. I've got a new one of these on the way from Luke's Lab for the tube. Luke's Lab is providing a mounting plate for the tube. Northprint 3D out of Canada provided the tube, and we will be installing that on this machine, but I'm probably going to do a video about that, not a stream, just to put a little different spin on it. And maybe I'll recap in that video, maybe I'll recap my feelings about building this thing. Latest video, it was a year ago. Yeah, that's what I mean. He hasn't really put up anything in quite some time. Okay, pay attention to the orientation of the metal plate pointing toward the, yep, got that. Avoid using ball hacks as these are prone to stripping out, definitely. After tightening the screws, verify the X carriage retains free movement. Okay. Shouldn't you put the second carriage on also? I considered that. The second carriage actually came pre-installed on the rail for IDEX, but they tell you to remove it if you're not doing IDEX. I thought about just putting it all the way to the side and like putting a bolt or something to keep it locked in position. I thought about that. I did, but I was like, you know what? For now, I just don't want the weight of it on there if I don't have to. I want to try and push this thing as hard as I can with the hybrid and single tool head, so I left it off. I just made sure I greased the bearings. I put it comes with a dummy carriage, like the dummy rail, a plastic dummy rail, and I put them in the toolbox so I know where they are for when I go IDEX. So yes, I will have to remove this rail when I go IDEX, but whatever. Like, worse things have happened. It'll give me a stream, you know? Something to stream about. Has the build been going well? Missed yesterday. It's been going good. I definitely gotta tweak on this rail a little bit, I think. But seen a lot of builds with the carriages to the side. Yeah, I probably should have, but whatever. Messes up IS grass with the extra carriage, even when it's fixed at the end. That's kind of what I expected. Having the second carriage on linear rail ruins IS results. We tested it. Even the carriage secured. Makes sense. Because without the load of belts and everything securing that second carriage, I think that kind of makes sense. Waiting on field reports of the IDEX. Well, hopefully I'll get to do IDEX sometime soon. Does Voron stay at max 350 because when you get to the bigger Z change between cold and hot can cause issues? Also, good idea as it causes if you don't. They mostly stay there because 6mm belts, to my knowledge. To my knowledge, the primary reason that they stay at 350 is because 6mm belts. If you go any bigger, you basically need to run 9mm belts because belt stretch just gets to be too much, which this is 9mm belts. And they're just designed around an ecosystem of 6mm belts. Wouldn't quad motors have helped here since it would mainly reduce the effective belt length? No. Quad motors requires exactly the same belt length. If you're doing all-wheel drive, you still have... All you do is basically replace the idler in the front with a motor. The belt length's exactly the same. So... Belt length, yeah, 6mm belts and limitations of 2020 extrusion. I think that sounds pretty darn accurate to me as to why. I forget. It's been a very long time since I've asked Max or anybody why, but that's what I would say. But they'd be supported in a sense, but still supported. Modulin, all-wheel drive, and hybrid. You know, it kind of defeats some of the purpose, I would feel like. I mean, I guess you could have 4 motors on the hybrid setup. Effective belt length means length between motors. Oh, understand what you mean now. Okay. Your largest chunk of belt length, but more is more. Cuts the belt length in half, technically. Yeah. I guess. I mean, obviously. I don't know, but... Why does RatRig not get much play in North America? Are they based in the UK? They're based in Portugal. RatRig is a Portuguese company, so that is why they're not as big in the US, pretty much. I think your 2 reasons why RatRig is not as big in the US, you got 2 things working against them. 1, they're Portugal-based, and 2, they are a company that sells products. Nothing wrong with that. I have 0 issue with that personally. But a Voron, you can buy... Vorons are specifically designed that you could go to like a Granger and buy parts to build a Voron without, you know, obviously a couple of like a Hotend or extruder are quite specific components. But the point of a Voron is to be as off the shelf as it can be. So you don't have to buy a kit from any particular company to build a Voron. You can self-source a RatRig, but like this is a CNC machine component. These are CNC machined components down here, here. The 3030 extrusion's harder to get. All of the components are just a little harder to get, which then makes it less desirable to a DIYer who just wants to throw something together. And I think that that has created a situation where Vorons gained popularity sooner because of the ease of sourcing things. RatRig also had manufacturing issues early on that caused some delay in market traction. I think it mostly comes down to the market traction thing, where when Voron was taking off due to their ease of access, due to the increased interest in 3D printing, RatRig was just on the back foot as far as the US market is concerned. So that's pretty much what I think it comes down. That's pretty much what it comes down to, in my opinion. That said, they're coming around. You can buy RatRig kits from Fabrico. Full kits are available in Florida, in the US, on US soil from Fabrico, the US reseller. So the options exist. I'm really excited to be building one. Was V-Core 3 better than Trident in any way? They seem pretty similar. 9mm belts and 3030 extrusions. That's what I was kind of saying earlier is I've got a Trident that I'm building right now with CNC components, 9mm belts, and, well, it's a 2020 frame, not 3030. So I'm upgrading a Trident to basically be the same as a RatRig would have been out of the box. Kind of. So, no. Mine's an LDO kit that I've custom built. RatRig doesn't have an option that includes panels in the UK. That stinks, but yeah. Yeah, I don't have panels for this, and I was looking at panel prices yesterday. Whew, panels are so pricey. I need to get panels for this, really need to, but whew, it's a lot of real estate of plastic to put around this thing, you know? Seaboard, yeah, the Seaboard kit. I know folks who helped design the all-wheel drive kits, and they say the Seaboard kit is based off of an earlier version that is not good. So yeah, DM me in Discord. All right, Helga, we have a good and cheap panel source. Good to hear. Cool. I will reach out to you. Like 20% of the cost of the panels, of the machine's panels. Yeah. Okay, let's keep moving forward. Getting sidetracked. So, instructions. Oh yeah, panels would make shipping, if nothing else, panels, not even weight-wise, but size-wise for shipping. There's just a point in shipping things where the size of a component that you're shipping adds so much to the expense that it doesn't make it worth it. I've run into that many times as a business owner where I go to ship something and it's prohibitively expensive purely based on size. It's not even that it's heavy, it's just big. So bed as well, yeah. Okay, so we've got these parts that we already put our heat sets into. We got to get the hardware together now. I've got the hardware here, so prepare the 4028 fan, remove the 4 rubber spacers on the fan. Okay, let's head back to the workbench and pull out the fan. Hi, kiddo. Domino's sleeping in a bed under the bench. Is mom not putting up with you right now? All right, 4028 fan. I know for Phoenix, the panels are one of the biggest problems for sourcing since the machine is so big. That makes so much sense. Off on a Costco run. All right, 3D Experiments, thanks for stopping by. I'm going to Karen the manager out why they don't sell filaments. Okay, sure, why not? How about it? All right, there's like these little plastic rubber grommets, I guess? Yeah, remove these. Yeah, little rubber standoffs. Just gonna use a box cutter. Cut them flush to the housing. Acrylic alone is fairly expensive. Totally. Like, this is basically a 4x8 sheet of acrylic, which is not cheap. Plus then a machine big enough to cut it. Ah, you were swapping the EBB to the new USB and flipped wires by accident and fried it. I'm sorry to hear that. At least it wasn't beacon. Yeah, that's one positive. Or MDF. Yeah, flammable materials. I considered looking at some other materials to enclose this with. But maybe I'll do like a top panel that's like insulated or something. I don't know. Well, some considerations there. All right, attach the fan duct to the... All right, I'm gonna... Glass is nice. Oof, yeah. Send cut send for punching some holes and source materials. Yeah, send cut send is extremely reasonable overall. I work with send cut send on a lot of things actually. So I quite like send cut send, but I haven't put together the pricing on what the panels for this would cost from them yet. I bet even from them, hit my microphone. I'm betting even from them it isn't cheap. So metal panels, because this thing needs to be even heavier. Yes, Send Cut Send does have foam core. They have foam core plastic sheet that might be good. They also have ACM, where it's very thin aluminum on 2 sides of plastic, like I have for, like that's, you know, a lot of Voron panels are ACM. They have that as well. PVC panels are very good insulators. Maker Viking, welcome in. If you want a heavy, use cast iron. Yeah. That's what I was thinking of, ACM, yeah. Okay. So we got a next step is to attach the fan duct to the fan housing, effectively. What size screws? M3 by 16 and M3 by 8. A little dash of Loctite on this. I have ACM. I like ACM panels. They look good. They're pretty temperature stable. They provide a slight insulating effect. As long as you don't see the edges of them, they look good. Come on, tighten in there. This hole's a little over extrudy tight, which is fine. It's not so tight that it won't fit, just so tight that I gotta thread it through. That's okay. Aluminum brush is the best look in my opinion. Problem for me is filming things. I always have to be considering what things look like on camera, and raw aluminum is way too shiny for overexposing images. They sell FR4 panels of the size. No idea. Probably. Okay. I need 3x16s. Carbon fiber so it prints fast. There we go. Now we're thinking. Now we're thinking with our noggins. Got to put the RGBs on it and some carbon fiber, maybe a spoiler. Put a spoiler on the tool head so it's aerodynamic. RGB adds 10%. Yep. I should definitely look around for where my RGB strips are right now and make a mount for the 3030. At this size, there are not cheap options, just levels of affordable. Absolutely accurate, Bearded Bucket. Do V0 disco panels, but at this scale. Timit would be proud. It is about the size of a Honda Civic. It is. You're not wrong. Okay. There's our part cooling duct front and back housings assembled. Now the fan. Okay, fan gets sandwiched in between those. Separate power supply for the LEDs. Well, Timit, I'm pretty sure Timit is running separate power supply for LEDs on a V0. So, yeah. Okay. Now this goes onto the tool head plate with these countersunk screws. Could run LEDs from the main board. I will. No, legitimately, I will be adding RGB to this thing at some point. I will legitimately be adding RGB. Because... what are the parts printed in? ABS? How is quality? I guess they're ABS. I don't know for sure, but I believe they are ABS. Quality, overall, really good. Some defects, but like of the printed part kits that I've gotten, of the printed part kits that I've gotten from companies over the years, between Voron Print It Forward program, Seabor, Physect, trying to remember who else. I've gotten printed parts from other companies too. These are the best quality I've seen of supplied parts so far. I've had like some elephant's foot and some brims I had to clean off and stuff. Like, only thing I've seen so far that was a problem is one of these stoppers for the Z-rail up here is warped. Like, it clearly warped off the bed and it passed QC, I guess. That's the worst I've seen, but everything else has been solid. So, I've seen far worse. Okay. Fan goes in here. Where's the fan wire go? Does it show a fan wire orientation? Assemble it with it pointed down. Doesn't really show a wire orientation, so I guess it's not that critical. I'm gonna hold it toward the front, with the wire toward the front, so that it's a little tighter to the body. One-way mirror with LEDs, do the Disco Infinity panel. We could do an Infinity panel, side panel. Wrong airflow direction. This fan doesn't have an arrow on it. Is it not? Let me look at it here. Yeah, no, it's airflow direction this way. Oh, no, I see the arrow now. I had the right orientation. I was orienting it this way. So you got the fan open top. So yeah, I see it now. It's very small in there. Sticker pointing down. Yeah, that's what I had. Probably from the wide angle, it just looked... It's not sticker side in. Well. No, it is. It should be sticker side in. The arrow points that way. Toward the sticker. So, I just gotta get this wire out of this cable run, so it's not gonna get pinched by the CNC plate. Yeah. It's okay. You saved me from myself multiple times, Miguel, so I'm not gonna fault you for being off on one of them. Okay. Now this passes down through. Countersunk screw goes down through the plate, through the fan, into the housing. I don't know what their reason for choosing axial is. Miguel, maybe you can speak to that. Fan is chunk, yeah. Start this couple threads. Okay, it's started. Take care not to over tighten. I'm not going to tighten them just yet, just so other 4028 offer a lot of headroom for more cooling power. Cool. I mean, they 4028s can be very strong static pressure, CFM. They are surprisingly powerful fans. I've got some really quiet 4028s for motor cooling on my Trident build. They move a serious amount of air for not being that loud. Especially deltas, yeah, they can get pretty crazy. There's not delta. This isn't a delta, but like, I don't know. It feels like a nice fan. Feels nice. All right, I'm not going to tighten those just yet. The power of the 4028 is insane, but both airflow and pressure, it's almost the same as 5 to 6 blower fans together. Help correct me if I'm wrong. Cool. Okay, next up, preparing the following parts. We've got this grill for that fan so that it doesn't... The only downside is noise, but rarely run at full speed anyway. Depends on the model. Some of them have power 10 times 5010s. How loud is it? We're going to find out. Could be quite loud at full speed, but like Miguel said, I don't know that we're going to need full speed much. You know, especially, there's a factor here too, because this is such a large machine, layer times, even on massive prints with PLA, are going to be pretty long, probably. You know, it doesn't matter how fast it is. If you're printing 500 millimeter bed, it's still going to be pretty quick, so. Stepper's louder than the fan. Cool. Okay, so next up, the front housing goes in here. All right, I'm going to try and move the second camera angle. Okay. So this gets this front housing attached to it. Oh, wait. First, this grill. Where did I just put the grill? I had it. I had it in my hand a second ago. Oh, I set it up here. This grill. There's this fan grill for the 4028. Okay, this gets feed to M3 by 35s. Okay. M3 by 35s. Diz grill. Yeah, Diz grill. Okay, I gotta tighten those other screws. I didn't tighten them yet. I left them loose, but I need to tighten them so I can put this grill on, because they will occlude those screws. Do you recommend selling a P1S for a V-Core 4? I can't tell you. I don't know what your needs are. I don't know what your wants are. You want a really bigger machine? Sure. Bamboo just does not have a bigger machine yet. You're not gonna have the AMS function, but you could go IDEX and get 2-color, or soon enough there'll be a MMU for this. Soon being TM, who knows? But I wouldn't necessarily recommend that. It's a whole different animal, for sure. What do you think is the perfect size? Usually my printer is much bigger than the parts I want to print. Honestly, I have shown in my personal use cases anyway, not necessarily. Actually, my use cases are different than others. I have shown that in past videos, I've shown 120 millimeter build volume is plenty for most folks. I think 180 millimeter probably covers a large majority of 3D printing that happens on the market on single components. I think if you need a large scale printer, you should have a smaller one available for everyday jobs. Agreed. I would not recommend this as your only machine. It's going to take so long to heat up just to print this component, you know? Like, you could print this on a Voron 0 and you'd probably be able to. This is something I should probably play with doing. There's a fun challenge. Start heating up a Voron 0, start heating up this machine, and see if you can print the part on a Voron 0 before this is done preheating. I want to bet that that's the case. I'm probably exaggerating, but I think you need a balance. But I do believe that like 120 to 180 is pretty much perfect size for everyday use cases. Me, I print a lot of big stuff, so RH3D, welcome in. The build is going. It's going good so far. So far, so good. Tighten this. I think most people would only need larger than a 180 build once a month. Yeah, I agree. This takes 20 minutes to heat up. Yeah, okay. So yeah, that'll be fun. Maybe I'll do that in the upcoming video. I'll run run the two next to each other real quick and just show like, hey, if you need to print, the thing at the end of the day is, at the end of the day, if you need a machine this big, you need a machine this big. That's all there is to it. Like there's no replacement for that fact. I want to print really big stuff in single parts. I need this. Yeah, I prototype PGT parts exclusively on my Minion and ABS parts on my V-Core 200. Yeah, covers 90% of my print sizes. Yeah, I did that. If anybody hasn't seen it on the main channel, I did something like small 3D printers are pointless or whatever, where I crowdsourced. I just asked on Twitter, like, what did you really print this week? Send me the STLs for what you printed this week. I didn't tell anybody what it was for. I just said, what have you printed? Send me the STLs. And 75% of the files I was sent fit in a Voron Zero. Only a quarter of the files that people said they had printed that week didn't fit in the Voron Zero build volume. So like, I was just trying to show people that like, you think this size is too limiting, but it's shockingly not. I'm kind of kicking myself. The folks at Mello are sending over a VZ bot, and they asked if I wanted a 235 or a 330. I said 330, and I wish I would have gotten the 235 already. I'm like, I wish I got the 235. In fact, I might message them after this and see if they shipped it yet. If they haven't, I think I might switch to 235. I really want a 180. I really want to build a trident, not a trident, a salad fork. I want to build a salad fork 180. I feel like my day-to-day uses, that's going to meet a lot of my needs. But when I need big, I got this. Okay, this front fan housing goes in this way. How does this fit between? Oh, okay. It fits like that, I think. I don't understand. Do I have this up? No, I don't. Why does it feel like I'm hitting something? Oh, I see. It's got a squeeze between this duct and this, but I'm hitting it, so I just got to kind of like shoehorn it a little bit. Just a little. That's it. That's my problem. The Micron, 90% of parts I do fit in a V0. Sometimes I need larger machines for things that will technically fit in a V0, but don't really work because of warping at the corners, like the Nevermore V6. Yeah, I mean, that's a factor. Like, I don't like maxing out the build volume on the V0. I do it. I don't like doing it. But yeah. I love my Minion and could recommend it highly once V-Core 4 rush over. I really still want to build a Minion. I would still like to build a Minion, especially, I saw them at E3D. In the engineering department of E3D, they have a handful of Minions. They have a handful of Minions with like the electronics box underneath of them and like just a really nice compact package. I really liked the look of it. 250 is a great starter size. I agree 250 is a really good starter size because you can learn what you're going to be printing. You're not going to be limited for a while. When you can only really afford one machine, you've got a good balance. You can do smaller stuff. You can do slightly bigger stuff. Like the Prusa Mark IV is a really good build volume, 235 by 250. It's plenty. You know, the Bamboo P1, P1S, they picked a really good X1. They picked really good build volume, 250 by 250. Minion only if you make it yellow and blue. Ugh. I get the joke, and for the memes, maybe it's worth it, but I don't know. All right, pair of M3 by 30s or 40s go through these. I like 300. Personally, I like 300. For my work, that's the point I trailed off and didn't get to. For my personal work, I also agree I like 300. It's the size that works well for me. Yeah, most of my machines are 300s, and I didn't get the joke. The joke is it's a Minion. Yellow and blue would be like a Minion from Despicable Me, the stupid Minion characters. Yeah. For me, a 300 cubed build volume is pretty solid. I always wanted a 300 by 300 by 200, never need the high Z-axis. Jantech, technically a Trident. Now, LDO sells the Trident Cube 300, which is 300 cubed, but the actual bomb from the Voron team for a Trident is 300 by 300 by 250. They don't go any bigger than 250 on the Trident. So it's actually the 350 Trident is 350 by 350 by 250 on the Z. Welcome in, Jan, by the way. Can't handle yellow and blue. I don't think I could handle yellow and blue either. I don't think I could do it. All right. I could lower this workbench, or I could just keep doing this. Can you add an ERCF to V-Core? I don't know. I assume it's well, I mean, it's Clipper, so yes, you can. You have to ask Helga about firmware implementation, but I don't see why it'd be a problem. Okay. Now, attach the front belts. The instructions did you can add any MMU to the V-Core, it's just Clipper. Yeah. Steve Builds has a good eye for color combos, Mandic and Modbot too. Thank you. I try to understand color theory. I'm late. Hi everyone. Welcome in Evil Kills Gaming. Okay, now it's belt time. I haven't run the belts yet. The instructions had you run belts earlier. I just wanted to move forward with putting things together. So, how's the new home comparing to the old hometown? So far, so good. It's beautiful. We're really loving it for the most part. So, quite happy with the choice of move. Not upset about it at all. All right, I'm gonna bring this down so I can get in here easier to do the belts. It's belt time. Move this camera angle a little. Okay. Is that a FlexiSpot table? Yes, it is, Jen. Yes, it is. Thank you to FlexiSpot for providing the workbench for this studio. Yeah, it's one of the FlexiSpot 4-leg ones. So, like, I'm shaking it right now. It is so solid. Like, yeah, it's good. Very happy. Can't imagine putting 500 on a table. It's so heavy. I'm going to have to imagine getting it off of the table. Okay. I want to mess with these rails real quick. Because coffee any good at the new spot? West Coast usually got better coffee spots. I haven't really found a good coffee spot yet, honestly. I dialed back on drinking coffee because it kept giving me heartburn. Align the gantry a bit more. Yeah, you read my mind. Yeah. I want to deal with that before we deal with the belts. You're right. The minion with the box attached to the bottom is a mod. Yeah, I know. I do know that that's a mod. Good luck with the belts. They made me say a few words. Yeah, those rails are noisy. Yeah, we're gonna try and adjust these rails real quick. I'm not in love with the way they're sounding. Okay, where are my clips? I'm gonna try and put these clips on and then loosen the screws. I don't want them to go shifting around too much. Good thing Grant's not belting the printer. Yeah. You said it, not me. Okay, loosen. I'm gonna loosen this side. And we'll use the gantry to try and force this into position a little. I don't like the way that one sounded. Sounded like the hammerhead is not in the right position. I'm gonna loosen that one up quite a bit. Feels like the hammerheads are spinning. Yay! Gotta make sure they're good and loose so I can get them to be where they want to be. I don't like hammerheads. I can already tell you. I can tell you already. My number one complaint about this machine. Number one thing I do not like is the prolific use of hammerheads. They work. They work. And they're probably way cheaper than roll-ins. But, yeah. Don't care for them. That is the HG15 clips. I've got the wrong ones on there. I just realized they weren't doing anything. There's the right ones. Here we go. There we go. Okay. Loose. Loose. All right. Okay. This rail is loose. I wonder if the X-beam is a little too long. Some people had that issue. There are parts on printables if you need. Don't know. All right, I'm going to tighten this last one up just a little bit. What I generally do in this case, what I would generally do is tighten this last one. Loose, put this clip back here. I'm going to put this clip, oh yeah, that's moving around real nice. I'm going to move this all the way to the other end. This is the way I would usually handle this. Move this all the way to the other end. And now tighten this end. This is the way I would usually handle it. But I need to tighten each one along the way before I go messing with anything. If that doesn't work, I'll try loosening the other side and see if we just don't get a little hair here, a little hair there, and get things to line up a little better. I definitely did have to move the gantry one screw hole at a time and tighten. Okay. I try to let the rails be what they want to be, personally, and not manipulate them. I get where you're coming from. So I'm going to see how this does. I have a feeling I'm probably going to have to do it again anyway. Sounds better, but not great. Better, but still not right. Better, but still not right. Okay. All right, I'm going to do the other side now, and I'm going to do that. We'll do the one at a time on the other side. Not great, not terrible. It could be worse. I've seen worse, but don't use the jigs now. Yeah, trying to square up a gantry, yes. Yeah, let the gantry be the jig. Makes sense. Yeah, trying to square up the gantry. Just got there's a little bit of bearing noise. It tells me that the carriages are under a little bit too heavy of a load. Oh, I feel that hammerhead spinning. Look at it like a CNC. You're playing the game of getting everything square to each other. Yeah, we're tramming everything to each other. You know, to the rail doesn't necessarily matter, you're right. To the extrusion rail. It's everything needs to be square to each other. I'm probably going to do the cauliflower on this one. Being such a large machine and I want to print a bunch of stuff that I have to glue together, I'm almost certainly going to do Adam's Vector 3D cauliflower to help calibrate this thing in really nicely. Oh. Already sounding so much better. So, all the way to the back. I'm holding it against the back. Tighten. I'm going to move just past this screw. Cali lantern is a new one. Right. Okay, next. Probably going to go back and do the other side, same thing. Check to make sure they're square against each other. Come on. Still feels crunchy on the other side, so we're gonna do the other side again for sure. Better again, still not perfect. Okay, other side. Hard to know if they're actually seated evenly. Yeah, I can feel one or two of them as I'm doing this. The hammerheads loosening up and spinning inside of there, which means I need to back them off a little more to make sure they spin where they need to be. Not ideal. Not ideal. I get that it'd be huge and costly on something like this, so I understand it. My favorite darn thing is nut plates for Y extrusions anyway, because it helped to reinforce the entire extrusion. Everything's right where it needs to be. No worries about anything spinning or shifting. But they'd be big tapped plates for this, so I can understand not doing that. All right. Is humidity worse than Philly in your new spot? It's different, but it's still, I think, it's weird. It doesn't feel quite as bad humidity-wise, but humidity percentages, like right now, the hygrometer on the Prusa Mark 4S enclosure says 49% in the studio, whereas Philadelphia, my studio was like 30% on average. And the air conditioner is running in the studio right now. So, yeah. This is massive. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Okay, moving forward. Still feels chunky. Add some jacks to keep it up. All right. May also be a linear rail is slightly twisted. Yeah, and we do have CNC components. So there's not much give from end to end. Not much give with these parts due to being CNC'd. That's a lot better. Still don't love it, but it's a lot better. All right, I'm gonna loosen up the ends of the rail. Now that the rails are where they are, I'm gonna loosen each end on the carriage and then try and re-square it a little bit to itself. I just realized music is way down. It has been all stream. Oops. There we go. If the bed is 500, what's the extrusion size? I mean, the machine is almost a meter tall. Like 980 millimeters tall, something like that. Okay. Hello, Thomas. Oh yeah, we are flippy floppy now. That's a lot better, so let's get everything loosened up just a little bit. And I'm gonna pull it all the way to the front to square it up. I applaud your efforts. Thanks, Bo. Come on. Why can't I get into the screw? There we go. Okay. Flippy floppy, wiggly wibbly, timey wimey. Okay. Now I'm going to tighten up these M4s first. Much smoother. Leave it like that. I'm sure it'll be fine. Yeah. Perfect. I can hear ever so slightly that that one's just away. I'm gonna tighten up the front ones. Let me just climb in here. Climb underneath it. Give it a little tune up. Just get to these screws underneath here. Glad I left the bed out. Glad I have yet to put the bed in. Okay. Still not good. I need to get to the back. Print everything in TPU so it'll have flex. There you go. Guys, this live is misleading. You cannot reach the front of the machine from the back. He's huge. I mean, I'm not a small human being. I am not a small human being. This is accurate. I'm no Joel, though. Okay. Oh, that is so much better now. So much better. So worth the effort. Okay, I'm gonna go back to the front and tighten up those top screws. You should assemble the printer while sitting inside it. Yeah. Is Joel short? Oh God, no. Joel is 6'3", maybe 6'4". I'm 6'1", and Joel makes me look like an average sized person. Let me see if I can find a video real quick that'll show you. I know I can. I know I can. Of Joel and I standing next to each other. Oh, dang it. Keyboard out again. He's like normal size on screen, yeah. "3D printing nerd. Reanimaker." There we go. Here, 1 second. There is me standing next to Joel at Earth a couple years ago. I'm 6 foot 1 inch tall. So it's not just that he's closer on camera, he is a couple inches taller than me. So Joel's a big boy. That's all. Nomad next to Joel is real funny. Yeah. You are not wrong. I loved that when Nomad was in Joel's studio, they just had a box for him to stand on. With the hair, he's like 6'9". Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Tightening these. Same thing on the other side. I can't fully reach the front when my arm is fully... Well, no, I can just reach the front. Looking pretty. Yay. Coming along. Okay. Tighten. 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 That's so much better. Look how free that is now. Yeah. Okay, that was so totally worth it. Joel is very jovial. Yes, he is. Joel could be a very good Santa. Joel is an excellent human being in every way, shape, and form. Okay, now we're back to belts. Will it be a PLA printer? Not necessarily. I'll print PLA on it with my first project, but that's not the intention long term. It's not my long-term intention for the machine. Okay. Now it's belt time. I gotta go back to the belts. So you reset the rails, then adjusted the gantry brackets. Yes, I did. And that got me solid. That got me really good. So it was a little bit of everything. It just all had to be set together, which is reasonable. That happens. Belt time. The fun part. The fun part. Where'd I put the belts? That's the other belt. That's the hybrid belt. Here's the belt. Belts. Belts. Time spent here will pay off later. Yes, it will. My IS graph would have been horrendous had we left that the way it was. Now, it's got a better chance, for sure. So that was absolutely time well spent. All right, now here's the really fun part about this. I get to do this from reaching around the machine while I feed the belt in. Okay. I want to start... I usually start from a tool head and work my way around, but there's not really any good way about this. You want to print the 9mm by 200mm 2-layer height belt insertion jig. Trust me. Okay. Is that listed anywhere here? I don't see it. Hold on a second. Don't switch. FDM. Yeah. Just a rectangular print. It helps you insert the belt using the motor cage. Oh, so just the 200mm. Okay, I get it. You know, trick with cable tie. I never had the cable tie trick work very well for me personally, but got the Prusa preheating for the arm lengthener fund. Thank you, Andrew Rogers coming through with a super chat. Thank you very much. Oh, okay, yeah. I was told about the zip tie trick and I hated it. Wider zip tie is easier. This is not true. Actually, if the zip tie is wider than the pulley, it won't work. Okay, fair. Toolhead should be hidden at this step. It is not yet installed. Okay. 6 comments back here. Why would we route the belt at the same point in time where we don't have the carriage installed? It's a lot easier without the bed plate in the way, so don't install the bed plate yet. Can the diagrams indicate the belt longer? Nah, nothing in the comments saying about it, but I'll just make a 9mm by 200mm. Let me show you how to design something in Slicer. Let's do that. Let's design a part in the Slicer. Fire up Prusa Slicer here. Oh. I'm here, I swear. I'm hiding back here. Hiding back here. Zip ties are too narrow, they get caught in the extrusions. I agree. Part of that's what I don't like about them. They always just fall into the extrusion gap. Okay, let me switch up my scene here. And I will change this. Actually, let's change this one. Window capture, property, Prusa Slicer. Boom. Okay. Great. Now, night and day difference. All right. I'm going to right click, add shape, add a box. Then I will turn off the toggle for it to be fixed dimension, uniform shape. I'm going to make it 200mm long. I'm going to make it 9mm wide. And I'm going to make it 0.4mm tall. As per Helga. No, not 5.4, 0.4. There we go. And there is our oh so complicated part we just designed in Slicer. So, slice now. I got it loaded up for ASA, a 4-minute print. What belt width do they use? They use 9mm belt width. I gotta USB stick this. Export this G code to the USB stick. Save. Boop. I gotta get this back on the network properly. Back on the network. There we are. Loaded up on the Prusa Mark IV. And away it goes. Ooh. Fingers crossed, got a 260% Gregor going down. Love to hear it, Andrew Rogers. Okay. I'm gonna look back at the instructions quick, just get my head around things. Do you throw down any separation layer on the Mark IV if you're using ASA in the smooth sheet? I don't. Nope. I think that bed has a coating of Vision Miner on it right now from like days ago, or like many prints ago, but for the most part, I don't. I just print right to a smooth sheet. I usually crack prints off pretty warm, and I don't have a problem. The only problem I have is it will bubble the bed over time, where it'll pull the PEI a little off the bed sheet. But you can usually preheat the bed pretty thoroughly and maybe flip it or put another bed sheet on top of it and let it kind of sandwich itself back down. And it hasn't really been a problem for me. I used Vision Miner on it a week or two ago and totally ripped a chunk out of it, unfortunately. So I got some new sheets in for it, but yeah. But no, for the most part, I do not. I quite like Bamboo's stuff. I forget what to call it. Their bed adhesive adhesion promoter, but yeah. Helga forced me to join on here and say hi. Hello, Mitsuma. Welcome in. Welcome in. You're about to watch me struggle with belts, so yay, good timing. Route the lower core. Which belt am I on right now? Top core XY. BTG took a chunk out of your P1. Yeah. Oh, that's all it is a flat bar. I think it's just a flat bar to help me get in there and kind of like squeeze through. I get the concept. Okay, so this belt wants to go. Corners are super difficult without the jig. I can see that. There is not much room in here for belting this machine. So I'm gonna get this through. Wait. I want to be doing this side first. Yeah, the upper one, top one. Cool. Put a little curl to this. Good night from Norway, off to bed. All right, Bo, thanks for stopping by while you could. Appreciate it. There we go. All right. I'm also struggling with belts. I won't suffer alone. Lovely. Glad to have the camaraderie. Glad to have the camaraderie. All right. Sorry. Bam. All right. The belt is beginning its path. Am I going the right way? I think I am. Yes, I am. Did those really squeeze just that so close together? Going through here? That seems wrong. Am I looking at this the wrong way? Doesn't look like it. Y'all probably can't see what I'm talking about, sorry. Just seems like the belts are so close together between this extrusion and the rail. What am I looking at wrong here? Oh. Something's wrong about the way I'm approaching this. Yeah, I'm definitely using the bigger pack of belts. Should the belts be measured before routing them? I don't think I was given a measurement. I intend to install them, remove them, install them. Usually the way I do belts on custom length. Start with the motor cages. Okay. Okay, well, parts printing, so. Yeah, it's super close. Okay. Just seems like overly too close. Unless, do I have this wrong? I think I had this assembled wrong. I think this end is incorrect as I'm looking at this. Let me show you folks quick. Somebody can correct me. I think I might be wrong on this. Change camera angle. A little hard to see here. I think I had this wrong as I'm looking at this. Two wrongs make a right, yeah. It's so hard to see, but this idler should be out here, not here. I don't know how it got flip-flopped. Yeah, it's wrong. Okay. Thought so. Looked at the instructions 10 different times and it's still wrong. All right, we're gonna get to rebuild this gantry in place. Yay! No, it's not right. The belt should be coming between these 2 points and it's not. It's coming out next to the gantry. It's wrong. All right, let's loosen this. Ooh, that is not happy. Yay, I'm gonna get to square the gantry all over again. I measured 3 times and the piece is still too short. I've done it before without a chat following along. Yeah. I wonder if I didn't put the wrong ends on the wrong ends as I'm looking at this. I did. This is flipped. I see what the problem is. I don't have it assembled wrong. I have it put on the machine wrong. Gantry's turned. Yep. The gantry is 180 in here. Okay, so I'm going to retighten these. And this is actually a fairly easy fix, except for the fact that the toolhead stuff, everything I did there has got to change. That's a neither here nor there situation. The gantry is turned to 180 degrees. All right. Just turn the tool head flipped. Yep. Or turn the frame. Yeah, I'll just turn the frame. That's it. And you don't need to turn the gantry. Perfect. Now we're thinking. Now we're thinking. I'll just have the only... it's a new mod. The tool head faces the rear. Exactly. I did the same thing. I'm not alone. Whatever. I never claimed to not make mistakes. And my print's done. I never claimed not to make mistakes. That's for darn sure. Okay. Flip, flip, flip. Now, I'm gonna move that other camera real quick. Yeah. Okay. Lift this up. Turn it around. Wiggle it in and out. Put your hand in. Shake it all about. Yeah. Okay. Now, I'm gonna have to recheck my gantry again for square and clean and whatever, but one of my favorite errors was installing a tool head upside down. Should get my print off the bed soon. ASAP. Alright. I should put a fresh dab of Loctite on these. I used to be addicted to the Hokey Pokey, but then I really turned it around. Okay. Hey, that's looking a lot better. Minus the tool head. We'll get that fixed, though. We'll get that fixed. Love undoing progress. Oh well. This is the joy of streaming things like this. You get everybody to see your mistakes. Things you could hide when I'm editing a video. I didn't do that. I don't know what you're talking about. Not that I do. I usually point out when I make dumb mistakes in videos because it's funnier. All right. Cool. Wrong size. If this is the worst of it, you're doing pretty good. What was yesterday? I just kept being unable to find parts yesterday. So. I hope I have the motor cages right. We'll see. Installing enclosure on your V-Core 4300 right now. Welcome in from Cambridge, UK, Richard. Got here late. We'll rewind after you finish. Don't worry, pick up from here. I just flipped the gantry around, so. All right. Give these a quick tighten. And one screw I think I still have loose. This one. It's pretty tight. Okay. Should I redo the gantry again? I feel like I might loosen those up just a little and retry that a little bit. I think that could be a little better. Loosen the 4 screws on one of the joiner plates. Yeah. Not much different. Loosen this side too. That's definitely better. All right, I'm gonna hold it to the front and tighten it up there. Let's see how we do. Tighten. If anything, that's worse. Okay, I'm gonna have to redo the gantry thing again. I'm gonna loosen all of these, loosen the 3, go into the extrusion. We put all that effort in before, I can't not do it now. I don't wanna have to go back and do it when I got belts in place, because it won't be nearly as easy or whatever. So. All right. Off topic, do you have a big slab of wood on top of your flexi spot? Seems pretty stable. Yes, I do. It's a butcher block, a 39-inch by 6-foot butcher block that's 1.5 inches thick. That is my workbench on top of a flexi spot, 4-legged stand. It is very stable. I am very, very happy with how stable it is. .5 inches, no joke. Yeah, it's heavy. I'm gonna take it to a woodworking shop and get it flattened on a belt sander. I'm gonna get that print off the bed quick. Cool. There's our oh so special Helga tool. Yeah. Pretty strong table if you can lift this and a slab. Oh, that's not a problem at all for this table. This table's rated to like 450 pounds weightlifting, I think. I could stand on this and still raise it. I'm quite certain I could. Let me climb in here. All right. Tighten this. Come on. Can't get in this hex. The stopper for the Z-axis is just in the way. Although smaller than an Orange Storm Giga, do you think this is a better option? Yes. The Orange Storm Giga is basically just, from my perspective, is Elegoo going, let's just make a machine big. That's it. It doesn't have any real thought into the engineering, in my opinion. If you were looking at a bigger machine than a 350, you didn't specifically need the maximum size that the Elegoo can give you, I would absolutely go with this. Hands down, without a doubt. It's gonna print big things without waiting weeks. Every single person I know who has had a Giga has had problems with it. 1 kilogram spool holder was an afterthought. Yeah, it was, what do we have we can just throw on this, is basically what it was. Okay. Sounds better. Sounds better, and it's moving freer. Okay, we're going with that. We're going with that. Wish I had noticed that before we did all that before. But we're here. Yeah. Ugh. Okay. Now I gotta flip the toolhead around. Stupid. I'm gonna see what I can do to do the bare minimum and get that done. These 4 screws. You'll know the machine better doing things twice. You're not wrong. 4 times for me. Okay. Ooh, those are tight. I know I got those in there pretty good. Let's get them out of there now. Oscar, hello! We built the first machine without documentation, only CAD. Yeah, I've done that a couple times on projects. It is an additional level of annoying. That was annoying, yeah. I had to build motor stacks on my Mercury 1 like that. Yeah. I converted a Trudon to a full true metal Voron, and then this RatRig would be perfect next to it. There you go. Oh yeah, that was fun, and then the CAD had the things wrong in the motor assembly. Oh no. I'll remember that next time we ask you to build something 10 times, Mitsuna. What nozzle size do you expect to mostly run? I expect probably 0.8 will be my most common size on this. There you go. Flip this around. Put this back in. I didn't have to fully disassemble the tool head. That's something. Cool. Cool, cool, cool. All right. Screw through. Through. One and a half hours in for belts. We've done a whole bunch more than just belts. Of course, we're redoing half of it. That's the joy of beta testing. It's also why I say no beta testing anymore. I love getting to play with things in advance, but I just don't have the time for beta testing anymore. It takes way, 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 way too much time. Yeah. And then when I go to make content about it later, I don't want to look bad on the brand to be like, oh, well, this was a problem in beta, but it's not a problem now. So I can't really talk about it. And it would just make things look bad when they're really not. Like the Magneto X, my beta Magneto X had problems. Better said, another 1.5 hours for belts. That's probably a better point, yes. Our fastest guy can build a V-Core 4 scratch to flashing firmware in 15 hours. Wow. I'm impressed. If this wasn't my first build, and I wasn't streaming, that's absolutely a factor. Okay. Okay. Now watch, we're gonna get to my my motor cages and something's gonna be wrong. We're jinxing it, I think. Oh. 1 second. Okay. Now, we can get to the belts. Okay. Now, this makes way more sense. Let me see if I can use Helga's tool in this instance. Yeah, I don't know if I'll stream any of the wiring stuff, honestly. Purely because I like to take my time with wiring, and it just really... it really just takes too long, I feel like. To do a proper job on stream, it's just not easy. way too many chances to do something wrong, too. Okay, that tool is excellent. If nothing else, just that very first spot there, it made my life so much easier. You said start with the motors, right, Helga? Okay. Crimping JST gives me nightmares. JST is easy once you have a good tool and you just take your time with it. As I shove my head in here to... Okay. So what do I need? I need to go... I need to go around there. Belt's bunching up in that corner. Orient with the motor pulleys. Yeah. I'm just looking at getting through that back corner one is tight. I want to start with that because I feel like that's the most... I feel like this very back corner one's going to be the most difficult. If you do end up streaming electronics, I'd watch that for sure. I'll probably try and stream putting the electronics in, but I don't know about wiring. I really like to take my time, and that just... I haven't tried streaming wiring yet, but I don't see it being a good time for anybody, because I really got to, like, nose down and do it. Isn't it important to cut the belt in half, measure you have the exact same number of teeth? I do that on most machines, but the way I do it on machines that don't provide a measurement is that I put one in and then I pull it out and I base the other one off that, personally. Ugh. Okay. Oh, start with the printed jig as if it was the belt. Okay, let's try that. Okay. Okay, so this should be teeth that way, yes. Come on, you can do it. There we go. Nope. Keeps bunching up in that corner too much. Go at the top of this bearing stack. This corner is so tight in there to get in and out of. Use a zip tie, nah. This is thinner. This is definitely going to be better than a zip tie if I can get it through here. I don't think a zip tie would get through here. A zip tie would get caught in the extrusion channel, and that's just not where it needs to be. The corner is something. I picked a good starting point. Okay. Let me try. Let me try coming at it from the other way for a second. Nope. Ugh. Yeah, I'm gonna try bending a little roll to the tip of this. Bend the jig a bit. Yep. That's what I'm doing. I'm rolling it into a little circle so it wants to naturally go around that corner. Okay, now let's try. That did it. That did it. Oh, it even brought it right where I need it to go. Cool. Okay. Now I'll use this to help me guide the belt through. Now the belt should have the teeth facing toward the back, right? As it comes around there, it'll... Yes. The teeth will then be facing to the inside for the pulley. Yes. Yes. There we go. There we go. Cool. Step 1. Alright, now I can just use the belt to guide itself around this motor pulley. Okay, that's 2 turns made. Alright, bring the motor pulley up to where it should be. Loosely. So it's not trying to make this belt angle funky. Okay, 1 in. 1 portion of this. Now I gotta come back through and around the other idler. Come on. Yes. And through. All right. We're on both idlers. Both idlers. And the motor pulley. There we go. Okay. I'm going to pull a length of this. 2 hours late? Hey, you're here, 3D Wolf Engineering. Welcome to it. You're here. What matters. Okay. I'm going to put a little tape on this just to hold this in place. Good job. I know people needed an hour for that part. Yeah. I could see that. And I was worried it was going to end up there, but... Guess I've done enough belts. Okay, I'm just going to tape that there for the moment, so I'm not going to drop that. Now this belt comes through here. I was one of those people. Okay, belt through there. Then up and around the front idler. And back toward the tool head. Could you put the belts on when you're putting those parts together? That would make things so fiddly. I mean, I'm not saying it couldn't be done, but... Hybrid Robotics, welcome! I'm going to use your tool up there. I'm going to come around and use the tool. Ugh. Make life easier. Let me move out of the way here best I can. Now this belt's coming up. Oh yes. This Helga tool. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. It's just a basic, yeah. It's a bigger flat zip tie. 3D Wolf Engineering, you missed me putting the gantry 180 degrees wrong. You missed me having to then flip the tool head around, the gantry around, and mess with the rails. That's pretty much it. So you didn't miss a whole lot. All right, I'm gonna pull this belt to about the midpoint on the frame. Hold that there. Now, belt comes across here. I'm gonna have to route this a bit and then decide on where to cut it. Oh, war declarations. No, Pope hasn't been here today, so it's a peaceful time. We're still waiting for some highlights. Yeah. All right. I think that's pretty good length for this belt. I think that's pretty good length for this belt. How much extra belt do I have with the 500? Anybody know? 'Cause I don't want to go cutting this without some idea of how much I've got left. Yeah, because like the instructions say, do not cut the belt for excess, but problem with the concept of I wouldn't cut it, but there's only one belt. So I need the other end of the belt. I have to cut it. I also have a full roll of Gates 9mm here somewhere. How about you just have it? Well, I should have done that to begin with. That would have been a thought. But here we are. Should have done that to begin with. There's some excess belt, but yeah. I've got a whole roll of 9mm. Worst case, I'm cutting it. I'm cutting it. If I can find snips. Just run it first, then cut it. I can't run both belts. It's not possible to run both belts without cutting one of them. I could start from the other end, but divided by half, yeah, well. Yeah. The bigger the better. You can run one at a time, yeah. Oh, I can install it into Toolhead. I could do that. I could install it in situation. Did you measure all the way to the front idler? You don't go around the front idler on this. This is not like a Voron where both belts... I'm already around the front idler over there. This comes up to this back idler and then comes to the back. It doesn't go up in front of the gantry. So you only see one belt on each side in the front. Yeah, let's install it in the Toolhead. We're skipping around a bit, but let's do it that way. Cut it, cut it, cut it. You just want to see me screw up again. Okay, now. The front belt clamp. I'm looking at the instructions here. Our front belt comes in. Where does our front belt go? It comes into this tool head. And then there's a lever clamp for it. Interesting. And confusing. Use a jig for the tool head as well. Okay. I'm going to move the second camera angle, try and get a better view in here. Oh, we see Prussia now. Sorry, it's for the aesthetics, yes. I don't know why it's on. Oh, it's because I keep changing it. Never mind. 1 second, I'll fix it. Because I recreated a scene. Okay. It's a grid to measure the belt length, yes. Lee Mirren here, welcome in. How's it going? It's been better, it's been worse. So, that's almost animated. Look at that. It's like an animation. Boop, boop, boop. Okay. So, what we need to do is what? Bring the belt around? Okay. I think I'm getting it. Belt teeth must be facing the front of the machine. Yeah, I know that. The belt comes through. Okay. Alright, just wrapping my head around this before I do it. Workbench cam. Don't mind me just taking a journey around the machine. Adjust the microphone so it picks me up a little better here. Alright. Trying to use this little tool of Helga's to come through here. Where does the belt come through this? Does it come through? Wow, that's a really tight bend radius on a 9mm belt. It doesn't go through. Make sure the belt has a clean edge at the end as well. It's just around the screw. Yeah. That's what I mean. That's a very tight bend around the screw. Jeez. Yeah, it's hard to pull this through here. That's a very tight turn. Going. This tool is freaking everything. Don't know if it... No, it fits. With Helga's jig, it fits. Helga knows what he's talking about. It's a tight fit, but it fits. Boom. This stupid thing is everything. I might do a whole video about this, Helga. Had a friend had it snap a belt. Yeah, it's an awful tight turn, but okay. So now the belt is here. So I can put a clamp in. This clamp goes to the screw. Yeah. Okay. Looks like this needs to be just a hair longer. Yep. All right. That feels pretty good. All right, now I just need what size screw? And 3x8. Pop. Looking at the instructions here. Oh, 4x10 countersunk. Okay. I forgot those are the 4mm. 3x6. Ah, there they are. Got them. My best invention since a while. A very good one. A very good one, for sure. Okay. The screw goes in here. Ow. I bumped my head on the frame. I think it's the first time I've really hit my head on the frame. And... Alright, this side is clamped. Pull it, make sure it's not going anywhere, it's not shifting in the teeth. Cool. Okay. One side down. Okay. Now I can feed the rest of its length through and not be too worried about where we're cutting. Means I need to straighten this belt out, but we can do that. I'll tell you what, I usually, on most machines, would belt the machine one side, then take that belt out and measure the other side based off of it. So I get the exact same length between belts. I do that on machines. I don't know I want to do that on stream is the problem. I've done it on stream on machines that were much easier to belt, but yeah. Yeah. I've done it on machines that were much easier to belt. Chicken. Would be entertaining for sure, yeah. Okay, where's my fancy tool? Alright. Fancy tool. I say count the teeth. That's too many teeth to count. You can't see the teeth everywhere to be counting them. All right. This tool goes in here. Ah, lost it. Okay, I'm gonna hold this against the tool a little bit better. Where I can. Ah. Is it possible to see a stream afterwards? Yes, streams are up as VODs. They're just videos afterward you can jump around with. I usually cut belt in the middle and then later cut to both sides. Yeah, that's what I should have done. That is what I should have done, Helga. But here we are. Yeah, this one's being harder than the other corner. There we go. Oop, there we go. Okay. Great. Time for bed. All right. Thank you for being here. Enjoyed having you here and have yourself a good sleep. You can measure the the total belt length and then see how much is left after you cut off the first piece. That makes sense. Too bad I didn't do that. All right, this tool is the greatest thing since sliced bread. Oh, slipped off the idler back here, but the belt is where it needs to be. There we go. Now it's where it needs to be. Need to watch both streams in full later. Is this the hybrid? Yes, it will be hybrid, but we're only working on the main thing now. It's a hybrid. Yeah, next time I will try and remember to do that. I don't usually have a problem with my method because it's not usually this difficult to do. This one's a particularly pesky belt path, but it's going. Okay. All right, we're on that idler, we're on that idler. We are on that idler. Belt's rotated, but we can fix that. Maybe. Ah! That's gonna be a bitch to fix. In situation. Or is it? Yes? Nope. Okay. You can do it. There we go. On the belt. All right. This is a little tight to try and spin the belt in here, so I'm gonna straighten this belt out. Haven't built a Core XY yet, so you're getting to see all the fun that goes into it. Yeah. It's cool you can almost climb inside to get stuff. Yeah, it is. If this was a smaller machine, I wouldn't even be able to fit my head through here probably, so yeah. I think this camera angle might get a view here. Yeah, that's a decent view. Come on. Come on. Yeah. Okay. Now we should be pretty good. Okay. All right. Off the idler back here. Slide it up where it needs to be. Boom. Okay. All right, that is looking good. All right, now I need to slip the belt into the tool head. I believe. Feed the belt inside the slot on the back part of the tool head. Where do we cut the excess? While keeping some of the excess belt. We kind of look at what we're talking about here. Oh, it comes out the other side. Okay. Cut the button. Yeah, okay. I get you. I get you. Just want to like move the Core XY to make sure I'm looking like I'm tracking properly and I'm not missing anything. Yep, looks fine. Okay, we can cut this belt. I'm gonna leave it just a few teeth past so that I can still grip this later because we're taking this back out, I guess. Everybody wants to see me suffer. Yeah, that's brave. Yeah, well, service length. Honestly, I probably will need some service length. So I might try and figure that out because I'm going to be switching to a tube. Yeah, making it a bit longer than I think. I am doing that. Okay. I hate myself. Let's do this. Now we've done it once, it'll be easier the second time, right? Right? I left about 30 centimeters extra, I'd say, so. Now edit, undo. Perfect. Belts are suffering. Wait, is he doing it? I'm doing it. Screw it. Let's do it. Let's do it. It needs to be done. I want this thing to run properly, you know? I don't want to screw around. I don't want to screw around. Switching to tube? Later. This will be getting converted later, so we'll find out how long the belt is in a second. We'll find out how long this belt is in a second. Okay. This is not going to be an exact measurement. I'm not bothering to go that precise. For you, I'm going to use the belt to match up to the other belt. Belt ended up right about 289 millimeters long. 289 millimeters long. Mind you, that's with additional left. Oh, guess in chat. Darn it. Should have let you folks guess. All right. Now to compare to the second belt. This left hand is the new belt. No. 289 seems short. Well, looks way longer than 30 centimeters. Okay, the one on the left, I gotta remember, the one on the left is my belt that's been installed. No, tube, the Hotend I'm going to swap to. Oh, it's centimeters. You're right, I'm an idiot. You're right, that's centimeters. American, freedom units. Freedom units. Shh. Okay. Cool. All right. Now, two belts are the same length. Our two belts are the same length. Black magic units, yeah. Okay, I'm gonna start at this corner. I'm gonna come from this way, I think. Somebody start a stopwatch. How long is it gonna take me to get one belt back in? Now that I've done it once. Stick my head in here. Twice as long as the first time. A quick note for those who didn't know what I was talking about. Tube. That's the Hotend I'm going to swap to in this eventually. I'm not going to do it right away, but it's a beefy high flow Hotend that I'm going to be putting in this machine. So, from Luke's Laboratory. Thank you to Northprint 3D who provided this for me, a reseller in the US. So, or in Canada, sorry. Canadian reseller. Boom, we're through the first two. And that's backwards. Damn it! Pretty sure that's backwards. We're off to a great start. Yeah, no, the teeth should be facing the extrusion. 1 minute so far, yes, but I have to undo what I've done already. Okay, teeth should be this way. Thanks for clarifying, I was confused. Yeah, I understood. I understood the confusion. It's a weird name. It's a weird name. Okay, let's try that again. Now that the belt is facing the way it should be facing. Okay. I'm going to leave the 4028 fans when switching to the tube, yes. I'm not going to play around with changing things on this machine too much until I get some serious time in on it, and then I'll start playing around with modding it. I don't want to start modding it right away. Okay, now. The most difficult corner. Okay. Y'all can't see that corner. Okay. Okay. Now, belt to the tool. Boom. This tool. This tool, once I've really got a handle on using this thing. All right. Okay. Now, tool around this idler. Bam. Okay. Belt through to the front. All right, all right. Coming around. Little shot of monster to help. Ugh. Okay. Now, belt to the front. Around this idler. Come on. There we go. Through there. Why are you getting kind of tight? There we go. Now, this idler. Hope I'm not blocking things too darn much, but I am. Sorry. Cool. And there we go. Bring the tool head to meet it. Now I need a tool, my little tool here to go around pin. Screw that is a pin here. And in we go to the tool head. Come on. Yes. Come on, tool through. I gotta pull the tool all the way through, then I can back off a little bit with the belt. Cool. Clamp. There's clamp without a screw. Clamp it. Jed, clamp it. Come on. Come on. Lamp's fighting me a little bit. think that belt could pull like one tooth out of there. There we go. That looks pretty good. Tighten this so that this end of the belt is held. All right, that's tight. And now we feed into the tool head. All right, cool. Now our wedge piece goes in. I mean, we're now back to where we were before I removed the belt. So how long was that? Seven minutes, 40 seconds. All right, I'll take it. I'll take it. Okay, now this clamp piece inserts in. Clamp piece inserts into here. And what, a screw comes from the other side? Grab it? I don't understand. But how does it come through to grab it if this doesn't? Oh, I see. I see. It travels all the way through there. I didn't realize that it did. Or does it? Oh, it just threads into plastic? Or there's squish out in mine. That's the problem. Round down to allow for camera changes. True. And I also stopped for a quick second to show off Tube, the Hotend. So, you know, let's call it 7:30. I'll take it. Either way. Yeah. My pieces had a little squeeze out in there. Yeah. Oh, it's a sacrificial layer. I hate sacrificial layers. Yeah. I hate sacrificial layers, but it's cleaned out now. Okay. What size screw is it? M3 by 35. Okay. All right. Screw going in. Make sure the belt's running. Ah, look who's here. Nomad's in the house. Why does this belt seem like it's... I'll make sure it's running properly before I go too far with this. You've been here the whole time, just been in a positron meeting. Okay. Welcome in. Welcome officially in. All right. Come on. And a screw all the way through the tool head. And it's kind of making me screw it the whole way. So if you see a ton of commits, blame me. Oh boy. I generally don't pay too much attention to that stuff when I work on a project. All right. I'll pull a little bit of tension out of this belt quick. Jumped on the back, it looks like. I did on this idler, you're right. You're right. It did on this idler. A little finicky on that idler. There we go. Okay. Thank you. Thank you. That's feel better. That's better. Now we're where we should be. All right, I'm just holding tension on this belt by hand while I run this screw in. Wrong size, isn't it? Yep. Where did I just put my 2.5? This isn't 2.5. This is 2. Dropped it. Oh, okay. Tightening this in. There's not really enough room for me to get another screwdriver in here, unfortunately. Wish I had my LTT precision screwdriver handy. That'd be a little easier for this, probably. But it's in the office, and I don't feel like running out yet. Coming up on 3 hours, and I haven't taken a break yet, so... should not have that extrusion in front of my face while I'm speaking. Alright. So you've been busy. We have been. Would have been a lot busier if I didn't make mistakes, but we're here. We're getting there. Alright, come on. Can't tell if it's in that or not. Feels like it, but I can't tell. Oh, there we go. Squeeze it in by hand. Mistakes made? Yeah. I had the gantry in 180 degrees. This end was at that end and vice versa. Oops. That's not right. But we got it. Wasn't too big of a mistake. Mistakes, I've made a few. Come on. There we go. Now we're tightening in. I might run the screw through the other side once before I install it. I'm already waiting for highlights. Now we just need Luke. Yeah. I think it's Luke's day off. Any easy mistake to make, or was it a typical how did I miss that? Bit of a typical how did I miss that. The inside of my hand is a tattoo. Yeah. 'Tis a tattoo. Okay. Alright, one belt in. One belt in. I could tighten the motor pulleys now, couldn't I? They found their home. They have found their home. Looks like a vault symbol. A lot of people say that. A lot of people say that. No, it shouldn't yet. No, I'll loosen it if I need to. It is a vegan V. So that's a symbol you'll see in a lot of vegan food that indicates that it is vegan. So that's what my palm tattoo is. Ruby brought me my monster with a lid so I don't spill it on my keyboard again. Need to get one on the flat spot. I did that when I assemble it. Looks like visitors are coming from a sci-fi movie. Yeah. When I assembled the motor assemblies with with those on there, I always make sure they're on the flat spot, so it's not a problem. Hardcore spot in tattoo terms of the sensitivity. One of the worst. By a long shot. Okay. Okay, we're on to the other belt side now. Cool. Second verse, same as the first. Second verse, same as the first. Ugh. Yeah, I get it to the flat and I just tighten it just enough that the motor pulley cannot spin when I'm assembling those type of setups, but it can still slide up and down on the shaft. So that's what I always do when I do those, so it's oriented properly. Okay. I'm going to start from this side this time. I got my handy dandy Helga tool here. No, I want to start with the motor. I got to come through here first. My millimeter belts are thick, yeah. Timer. I haven't done this side yet, so I feel like that's I'm at a disadvantage. Okay. Now we got to get back through there and around the motor pulley. Okay, now belt to this little tool, to the handiest tool that has ever existed. Bam. All right, belt is through there. Now around the motor pulley. Okay. Are the 3030 extrusions T-slot or normal Masumi? I believe they're T-slot. I believe. I don't actually know this. I don't know the difference on site, personally. I'd have to look. Yeah, I think they're normal T-slot. All right, we are around this motor. Well, that corner was a whole lot easier. Oh, that corner was so much easier. Now we head all the way up to the front. They are T-slot. Yeah, okay. All right, I'm going to move this camera angle quick. Now we're going to come around this idler. I'm going to try and do this from not blocking the camera angle. Tool goes through there. Belt comes up between here. Grip this to the tool to the belt. RatRig is an extrusion company. Oh, they make their extrusions. Or have them made for them, either way. I mean, it makes sense why they use their extrusions for everything. Does make some sense. Okay, now through here. All right, and now I'm going to go into the tool head. It's our own extrusions. Oh, cool. Cool, cool, cool. All right, now we got to get through this tool head bit. Okay, into the tool head. Now a clip and a countersunk screw. Probably switch camera angles now. Ish. Now, bump. This is the extrusion I keep hitting. Where'd I put the other countersink? There it is. Nope, that's not it. Nope, 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 nope. What the heck? Ah, here it is. Here it is. Trying to hold this tight so it doesn't, When you try to shove this clip in, it wants to push the teeth of the belt. I gotta make sure that I've got the right amount of belt gripped in here. Yeah, okay, that looks good. That looks like it. Okay. Okay. That's good and tight in there. Cool. Okay. Now, I need this length to come around here and into the backside of the tool head. 5 minutes, all right. Probably still 6 or 7 till we get this into the tool head. That thing have a front porch? Yeah, pretty much. Should. And we are through the tool head. And we are through the tool head. Ah, I had that flipped. I gotta do it again. I had the belt twisted. Was on the RatRig site putting together a 500. Pretty decent pricing, I would say. I honestly, like, some people balk at the price, but for how much machine you're getting, I don't know that I agree with bulking at the price of how much it is. I can understand it's too rich for somebody's blood. Totally get that. But I don't think that it's too expensive for what it is. Once you do your first print, you'll get a bill for property tax. Yeah. Okay, I'm gonna run this screw through here. You can't self-source for less. Oh. I could believe that. I could believe that. I just dropped that. Where'd it go? We're back to yesterday where I drop everything. Oh, it fell under the machine. All right, I'm gonna clean the threads out of this outside of the machine before I put it in this time. All the integrations too, such as Smooth Experience, if you want to go to IDEX, yeah. There's a lot to this. A lot to this machine, I would say. Extremely fair price. I just don't have the budget. Totally understandable. Totally understandable. Use my LTT screwdriver. It's going to be easier. You'd have to have a working foot inside of a CNC type firm in order to self-source cheaper. That makes sense. If you could CNC your own parts, that would offset things quite a bit, sure. I have so much crap in my drawers, like yourself, so it's a lot of the stuff off the build to get sub. Understandable. Like that's absolutely a factor where, like, originally when we talked about this, I had been like, hey, you know, I've got a lot of these parts. Like, I could, you know, use what I've got and whatever, but I'm not upset that they sent the parts, because then I can use those parts for other projects. Oh, this is tight. Oh, my sinuses. Trying to clean these threads out, and it got a little tight going through there. Trying to make it so I don't have to... Oh, it's because it's a shoulder screw. Genius. I went all the way down and bottomed the shoulder out. That's why. Yeah, well, we got to clear that to there. Okay. I'm going to run this into here. Planning to do a Milo in order to upgrade my 3.1. Cool. Yeah, I've got a Milo. We got to finish it. I'm planning to probably design my own tube version, I think. I want to try and figure out if I can do that. Make my own version of this for with tube, because tube is a little longer than the Rapido, so I'm going to lose a little Z-axis build height. And I want to see if I can't design a stepped top plate that will not lose me Z-axis. The center connectors and the extrusions are pretty slick. Okay, I'm going to walk this, just make sure the belt's kind of where I need it to be. Not falling off anywhere. Good there. Good there. Looks like that motor pulley could go up a little bit. Okay. Looks to me like I have a little more belt on the one side than I do on the other, which kind of defeats the point of evening these out. So I'm going to pull a little more tension by hand. Watching you slide, that's like a Bowflex commercial. Okay, now I can put in my stopper for my belt clamp here. Gotta get the belt clamp slipped in first. Ah, the screw's in the way, that's my problem. My screw is in the way. Gotta push it back a little. Okay, now let's try this. Does this go this way? No, it goes this way. Why is it being weird? Feels like it wants to cock when I try and put it in here. There we go. Is Bowflex still available? That's gotta still be available, right? That's like a perennial product. Just got that joke? What joke? The Bowflex one? I mean, it's not exactly a shining new product. I can understand being a little slow on that uptake. Pull us a little tension. All right, I'm gonna tighten this in place. I want to pull. I'm using a pair of pliers to pull a little belt tension on this one because it's not sticking out quite as much as the other one. I want to try and get them fairly even. That's definitely an interesting way to tension your belts. Don't you like it? My pliers are a go-to. This is actually what I usually do on Vorons. Usually on a Voron, I will grab with these pliers and I will pull it through the carriage plate where the belts come through to pre-tension a little bit. So either that or I'll use a pair of needle nose, and I will spin the needle nose. I'll spin the needle nose to kind of wrap around the needle nose and pull the belts a little tighter. All right. Check. All right. I want to check where we're at here. I think we still have a little bit extra on the one belt versus the other. So I might loosen the other belt and take it up in tensioner. I'm going to use a pair of calipers, measure how much belt we got sticking out here. From the belt tensioner piece to the end of the belt, we are 34 millimeters on that one. From this one, yeah. We are 41 millimeters. So I'm going to lose a few teeth on the other belt. I think. Run this. Okay. I'm going to loosen that up, that belt clamp, and lose a few teeth on the top belt. Even out our belts here. All right, I did 3 teeth. Let's check that. Should tighten it to check it. I think that might not. Let me tighten it, then I'll check it. Okay. Now let's check belt length. And I could still lose a couple teeth. Hybrid Core XY. Yes, we will be going at Hybrid XY. We're not there yet, but we will be. We're not to that yet, but we will be doing it. I'm gonna lose 2 more teeth. I'm gonna move this where you folks might be able to see it a little better. All right. Loosen this just a hair more. All right. 1. Come on. 2. Okay, now I'm gonna tighten this in and recheck. Nice, this thing is awesome looking for, except for the fact that it doesn't fit through most US doors. That's why it's in my garage. Lose any more teeth and they'll think you're from Kentucky. Ha ha. Ha ha ha. Okay. Tight. Check. Okay, we're at 34.6 sticking through that side. And 34.4 sticking through the other side. So I think we are good. We should have equal... All right, we are, I think, pretty equal, all things considered, side to side now. So, we have equal length belts. I'm from Kentucky and have all my teeth officially offended. Yeah, Julie, but you live in Oregon now. You live in Oregon now, so. It's 1 extra, hybrid is 1 extra motor for Y, 2 extra motors for Y only. Hybrid only acts on the Y axis. Yeah, both for Y. These 2 motors that are up here, all they do is have a single belt path that goes forward and back, and all it will do is throw the gantry back and forth. So, okay. Now we got belts in. They are equal length. That took way longer than I wish it would, but you know, it's belts, it's going to. And I think we got it done pretty quick, especially for taking 1 belt totally back out. Now it's toolhead time. Back to the toolhead. I'm gonna move the second camera angle. All right. Now we need a Hotend in here. Rapido. Stock Hotend that comes with this thing, what we're going to be putting in right now is Rapido. Auto upgrade to hybrid all-wheel drive. The thing that really needs the boost is the Y-axis. More than anything, so hybrid is doing that. Hybrid is getting us the boost we need. Really. All right. Rapido coming out. Gotta love Fadus products. I know I do anyway. Okay. Rapido, I gotta take these screws up top out here so I can get the heater block or the groove mount off. Isn't there a part that sits atop the XY joiners for the hybrid? Yes, there is, but the instructions don't have us getting to that yet. Yes, there is, but the instructions just don't have us getting to that yet. So I'm just following instructions. Though I did skip the bed. It told me to put the bed in already, and I skipped that. How different is all-wheel drive that you've seen on Vorons? Very different. All-wheel drive replaces your front idler with another motor. So that acts on the core XY. Just unboxed the UHF Rapido. It really feels premium. They are a really solid feeling product. They are. Okay, groove mount off. We need 4 2.5 by 6 screws, countersunks. Here they are. If any machine needs a tube at some point, it would be this one. Okay, where should the wiring go? Up through this side window. Cool. Got it. All right. Hot end goes up in here, and our wiring goes off to this side. Let's get a couple threads started in this so it's in place. You can push these machines faster, and Rapido can melt plastic. Yeah, that's why we're going to put a tube in it. Not right away. I want to build it as it ships right away, but I want to build it as it ships right away. But we'll come back and convert this to tube. I will come back and convert this. Okay. Are you going to do 48 volt eventually as well? I don't really have any intention of it on this machine. These speedy motors are meant to run on 24 volt, not 48 volt. So I don't really intend on that at all. I'm running 48 volt superpower motors in my Trident. So I will be doing 48 volt on that. On this, I think I'm just going to stick with 24 volt. Wrong size. Pop out a bit here quick. Thought about installing a 3mm hot end just to print some huge parts with cheap 3mm off eBay. I don't know if 3mm is really going to make that much of a difference. I think it's pretty well been landed on that it doesn't make that big of a difference laying down big plastic that much. I guess if you're running over Like a 1mm nozzle or something. Okay. Those are tight. It's in there. Push the silicone sock down and loosen the set screw. Why? Remove the screws, rotate this until 3 screw holes align again. Why are we doing that? And why would you tell me to put it in? Mount the hot end. And then? You don't need to do that. Okay. Thoroughly confused, so thank you. Oh, if your cable is not aligning properly. Oh, because it can come clocked differently if it's not clocked properly. Cool, mine are aligned properly. Cool, good to know. Good to know. 90% of Rapidos are correct out of the box. Cool, good, good, good. That makes sense. All right, end stop time. Prepare your x-axis end stop. Have these labored X-Y, but it doesn't matter. Nope, doesn't matter. Okay. I am 3x6s. Do you think you're going to reprint the bezel for the C10 in one piece on this? Yes, I do intend to do that. Yes, I've been waiting for this machine to be able to print the C10 bezel in one piece. Good catch. Yep, I do intend to do that. Still need to change to the longer nut and sock. Oh, yeah, you're right. For the UHF. Yep. All right, I'll go back and do that in a second. Put this screw in the X mount on, or X end stop on. Goes on the side of the tool head here, so it bounces off the end bracket. Need to change the longer. Yeah, okay. Yep. Go back and do that. Take the boot off, swap to the UHF adapter. Okay, end stop is in place. Gonna insulate and chamber heat this? I have no idea. I doubt it. This takes forever to heat up. Maybe. I've got a 24-volt chamber heater that I'm not using in my Doom Cube build, so maybe we'll throw a bigger power supply in and use that just as a preheater or something. Could. Maybe I'll play with that at some point. Put it down the bottom, put an Evermore in to help circle the air around. 500 heats pretty fast since it has a massive heater. Makes sense. Okay. Get the silicone boot off of here. I can get up in there. I usually use a wrench to do that. A little bit of a hex wrench to grab the boot. Yep. There we go. Where's my UHF adapter? Maybe some bed fans then. Yeah, bed fans would be a good addition. Ah, I dropped a screw. Dropped a screw. What's the difference between a Triangle Labs Rapido Ace and the regular Rapido 2? I don't have an answer for that. Triangle Labs usually cuts a little bit more in terms of quality on corners. Cutting corners to cut costs. Sometimes they're manufactured the same and sometimes they're coming from the same stock. Sometimes they cut corners. Where is my thermal paste? All my thermal paste is upstairs, so I'm gonna just throw this in there. But do UHF have a higher propensity for clogs? I've not really had an issue, personally. I have not found an issue. I'm not gonna put the silicone sock on here because I'm gonna end up changing out this nozzle and I'll probably stick with this nozzle for the moment, but to like calibrate this thing in. But I want to go back here and put in thermal paste on this UHF adapter. So I will go back and do that later. I don't have it in the studio right now. I'm not gonna stop things just to go get it. Okay. What type of thermal paste do you use? I use Slice Engineering's boron nitride paste. There should be paste inside the Rapido box. Yeah, I prefer the boron nitride personally. I also want to put a different nozzle in, so I'm just gonna come back and do that. Leaving off the boot will remind me to do that later. So, not like that's not an easy thing to fix as we go. Cool. X stop is in. Now we're gonna put the cooling fan on the front of this. Came with a Sunon fan. Love to see it. Proper thermal paste is always better. Yeah. I quite like the boron nitride from Slice Engineering. The paste is only there if you need it for the heater. Yeah. It helps. It's not going to hurt on the high flow UHF adapter and the nozzle. Okay. Now, where is my fan grill for this? M3 by 6 wire should be positioned where the arrow is. Okay, cool. Is it a license or a cheap copy? Triangle Labs does not license anything to my knowledge. It does not mean that there isn't cross manufacturing with businesses, but yeah. I personally just don't generally mess with Triangle Lab stuff. I haven't had the best luck with them, personally. Still plenty of great stuff. That's a decent sized printer frame. Yeah, it almost makes my Mercury 1 look reasonable, doesn't it, Dutch dude? Makes my Mercury 1 look reasonable in size, yeah? Probably fit in there 4 times. I don't know about that. My Ender 5 Plus Merc 1 is not a little machine. It's not a little machine. Okay. Now we need M3 by 16s for the fan. Yeah, plus. Plus makes the difference there. All right. Get these in. This fan. Nine millimeters are chunky. I'm printing 2 sets of Voron upgrades for 9mm. Can't wait. I gotta finish my 9mm Trident. I've really got to. Gotta finish my 9mm Trident. We'll get to it. So many of the awesome designers, project designers stop by here. I am blessed to have some really cool folks who come and hang out in our chats. We got Zero G in the house, Mercury 1.1 team designer. We got the RH3D with the Ender 3 NG hanging out. Steve Build stops by. Max from the Voron team stops by sometimes. Yeah. And we got Helga and Miguel and other folks from beta testing and all that from RatRig in here. So love to see it. The Millennium Machine folks generally stop in when we're working on a Milo or just in general. Bought myself a Magneto X. Have you been using it yet? I gotta unbox mine. It's sitting behind the camera right now. I gotta get around to unboxing my production unit. My production unit's gonna live next to this machine just because they're both so darn big and heavy. They're gonna live on the floor. It's a different beast to tune. It is a different beast in general. It is a different beast in every shape. Yeah. Worked fine after 30 minutes of setup. Cool. Yeah, I gotta get mine unboxed. I had a beta unit that had so many troubles. Had trouble getting it up the stairs by myself, I bet. How many printers you don't have unpacked or finished yet? Mandic, yes. That's a very accurate statement. I have more unfinished or not out of boxes yet than I do running. That's for darn sure. Added challenge of stream building, doing it backwards without looking at it. It's added benefit or added difficulty level of content creation. How's the new place? So far, so great. Not nearly ready. Like, I don't love that you can see a garage door behind me and such, but you know. Bed area of RatRig 500 versus Mercury 1.1 plus 1.89, almost double. That's a significant difference. All right, this fan is on. Okay. You shouldn't be used to not seeing what you're working on from building trucks. You're not wrong. The garage door isn't even noticed. Fair. What's up, baby? You need it? I can use the other one. Yeah. I can use this wired one. That's fine. Okay. Yep. Okay. Good. Ah, dang it. Now it won't connect. Hi, dude. Okay. Ruby just had to stop out and ask where the mouse that I robbed off her desk is. Okay. Now we are preparing the extruder next. Well, all right. Orbiter 2 extruder going on. All right. Orbiter 2 extruder goes on top of here. King of the extruders. Some may argue I quite like it. I definitely like it as an extruder. Oh, we got to reclock the motor. All right, I'm looking at the instructions here. I'm like, why does it have me taking stuff apart? We got to reclock the motor. Okay. We can do that. No person has done that before. All right, pull up the instructions so you see what I'm looking at here. Wants me to pull out the screw off the side, the tensioner arm screw, and then the motor screws so we can clock it. Yeah, the motor's got to face up into the domino. Don't bark. Don't forget the PTFE tube. Thank you. That would have been a dumb mistake. Is it pre-cut to length? Is the PTFE tube cut to length? Or do I have to measure? I have to find it, first of all. It is cool. Good. Good. All right, clock the motor. So it's 100. We're just clocking at 180 degrees from the way it ships. No big deal. As the screw drops. All right. Tighten this. All right. Ding. PTFE tube. Where would the PTFE tube? Domino! Why are you barking? Where would the PTFE tube be? I don't see it. Next step in the, I don't know where things are. I might have to measure and cut my own because I don't see where it is. I see it has a solid shaft for some reason. I want the hollow one to save weight. You mean the gantry? Same bag as toolhead blade. Okay. Ah. Alright, I haven't gotten everything out of there yet, I think. There it is. There it is. Alright. I'm going to give this a quick chamfer. I'm going to give this a quick chamfer. If I have my screw gun. 1 second, I got to find my screw gun. Alright, I don't see it. We're going to be changing the tube anyway, so I'm just going to put this in. This is not a screw gun, but it is helpful. Many helpful, right? So helpful. Ugh. I don't know what she's barking at. Okay, now we can put this on. I like to chamfer PTFE tubes here, but yeah. I didn't find mine in the kit, so I Capricorn chamfered mine as well. Yeah, when I swap the tube, I'll swap to Capricorn and chamfer my own. For right now, this will work. This will work fine. Shut up. Why are you barking? What is the process for doing that? The way I measure tubes is stick it down into the hot end all the way, mark it at the top of the plate or whatever printed part you're working with, pull it out, measure how long that is, then stick it into the extruder side, mark it, pull it out, measure the depth of the length of that, and then take those two measurements, put them together, and then add 0.5 millimeter to 1 millimeter. Somewhere in there. So that I really like it, so when you put it together, it just squeezes. And then use a countersink bit in a screw gun, and just ever so lightly touch the end, each end of the tube with the countersink, just to give it the ever slightest bit of like a 45-30 degree taper in and out, so that the filament will guide through it nice and smooth. So just a tiny bit. You don't want a lot, because if you're using TPU or something, that could be just enough to cause a bunch up. But only one end of the tube. I do both ends personally. I get why doing the other. I do more on the extruder side than I do on the other side, but I do both ends. I just like kiss the side for the nozzle side, because a little bit of filament swell, I feel like it helps to pull filament back out. I can understand it could cause an issue if it was too big, where it would swell into that. You risk a hot end, yeah. With MMUs. Yeah, understandable. You don't, it's not necessarily like a, you have to do this thing. It's just something I do. I find it helps. Some extruder designs, I find like the clockwork ones, like the Voron Clockworks. The Voron Clockwork 2, that filament path, something about it is just not 100% straight inside of there. So I find that that little bit of a taper on the inlet of the tube helps to guide filament in when it tries to make a bit of a turn around the BMG gear or something. So some extruders benefit more from it than others, but yeah. Okay, orbiter is clocked, it's on. A lot of newer extruders are really constraining the filament path, yeah. Give that filament some help entering a tube, yep. Makes total sense doing this as well. Was more needed in the old Bowden days. Sure, definitely. Definitely. I still do it. Oh, I still do it, but couldn't find where my screw... I have a screw gun that always has a chamfer bit in it, a countersink bit, but I don't know where it is right now. It's key for MMU nowadays. Makes sense. Yeah. A little bit of tip tuning. It could really help you with tip tuning if you're not cutting filament. Even if you are cutting filament, you have a blunt tip on it, so it'll help to guide that. Okay. Orbiter is clocked. It's on. It's tightened down. Now beacon probe. Now is beacon time. Time for the bacon. Gets 2 low-profile M3x6 screws. Tell us more about the MMU. Yeah, wouldn't you like to know? Wouldn't you like to know? Low-profile M3x6s. Posted a picture of the hollow orbiter on Discord. I'll have to go look at that. I'm not familiar with hollow orbiter. Is it a lightened frame? You have 3 questions and maybe answer or not. And no guarantees the answers are truthful. 3D pre general discussion. Is that where you put the hollow orbiter? Where do you put the hollow orbiter? In general banter? Oh, 3030 LED clip. Thank you for whoever posted that. Oh, hollow or okay. I don't see what the difference is. It just looks like a straight up Triangle Lab clone. Literally says LDO on the front of it. Beacon is killer, especially with RatOS. Cool. Alright. Beacon goes on the bottom here. Got some low profile screws on it. I should get some of these low profile screws to keep in stock. This will be handy for the... They'll be handy. Cool. Cool. Oh, milled out the center of the main shaft. I see that now. Okay, I see that now. Weird. I mean, technically, reducing weight, stronger, should be. About that bacon, is it worth it? I only have tap experience. I haven't run one enough to say. I think it's worth it. You're going to gain way better accelerations over tap. Way better accelerations over tap. And finer bed mesh. And a lot faster. Okay. Now where are we at? Back to the instructions. Toolboard time. Toolboard time. I have 6 of them on my machines. Yeah, I'm going to be converting a lot of my machines to Beacon very soon. A lot of my machines are going to Beacon. It has contact now. Yep, it does have contact now. So The cons are kinda gone. The cons are definitely greatly reduced. Okay. So we need... put a heatsink on this for one. Put a heatsink on this little thing. True that Cardo and Beacon are the same? No, not at all. They're the same idea. I advise connect the Beacon USB cable before putting it in. Well, I already did that, but yeah. I'll get to it in a second. All right. Put this little heatsink on. Go in your home. All right. On the stepper driver. Heatsink on the stepper driver. I'm going to grab out another heatsink. I like to put a heatsink on the MCU controller, the processor on here too. I keep a bunch of Raspberry Pi heatsinks around specifically for this use case. I always keep them in inventory. Yeah, come on. Gotta get off the thermal pad backer. Okay. Now, put a little heatsink on the MCU processor. They both do the difference. The biggest difference, to my knowledge, between Cartographer and Proper Beacon now is Proper Beacon is intended for higher temperature and supposedly uses better PCB, better electronics to support higher chamber temperatures and not be an issue, whereas Cartographer has been a little known to have issues. That said, Also make sure it's not upside down. Don't ask how I know. Okay. Heatsink's on. Now we install this onto the machine, then put it on. Okay. This goes on to here. And it gets what? M3 by 35s. Beacon is only USB. Cardo does have CAN. Yeah. Honestly, though, I'd rather USB personally. But you are correct. I'm trying to move things to USB. CAN is such a pain. Can be such a pain. Have a little temp in the nozzle when it touches so that the hard plastic doesn't get... Yeah, make sure that that's in your start macro. A little preheat. Where are my M3 by 35s? There they are. Cardo has CAN, yeah. As does the Big Tree Tech Eddy. There's also a CAN version of that. But now with USB boards, like the USB, not the LDO Orbiter board, but the USB Nighthawk 36 has a USB hub connection on it. So you can plug your Beacon right into that. Obviously, there's still a problem. Put heater in before EBB 36. What heater? What heater are you referring to? Nozzle heater? What do I need to do? Route it or? Here's the heater cable. Okay. Where's it got to go? Is it meant to go up, under, behind the XN stop? It doesn't really, I don't really see where it's supposed to end up. Kind of looks like maybe between the extruder and the Hotend, and the XN stop. Oh, plug it into the board before. Got it. Got what you mean. I get it now. Why do these not feel long enough? Taking forever to screw through here. Nozzle cams should be more standard. I don't like blocking the nozzle from my own eyes, is the problem with nozzle cams. Problem with nozzle cams is the obstruction of your vision. I just got a USB BTT toolboard, toolhead today. Will I need to run 2 USB wires for Beacon? Yes, you would. That said, if you want to run Beacon with the Big Tree Tech one, I don't think it has a USB port on it. I haven't looked at it. Nozzle LEDs are better than nozzle cams. Agreed. 3DO, the company who makes the nozzle cam, 3DO has a CAN cable or a USB cable. You have to crimp your own ends on it, but it has all the conductors to run 2 separate USB connections through 1 wire. So you can run Beacon and CAN or Beacon and a USB toolboard through 1 wire. Ugh. It's being annoying. Get through here. LTT hammer. There we go. There we go. Get through there. I can find you that cable super quick. Ah, dang it. I always double tap that button. Fabrico 3DO cable, 3DO plus USB, boom. Drop it in chat. It's from Fabrico anyway, so if you're not in the US, not so much help for you, but it's 3DO. 3DO, if you're in Europe or something, they'll sell it to you direct. So, yeah. Okay. Now, I'm going to be putting this here. BTT has a USB toolboard. It is Stealth Burner toolboard. It's an SB toolboard. They have a USB version of their SB, Stealth Burner toolboard. Ah, dang it. I didn't put the standoff in here on the extruder. Forgot the standoff on the extruder. Yep. I'm just full of fails today. At least I got belt on quickly after doing it wrong the first time. Like my only win of the day. I think they're going to release an EBB 36 with USB. I'm sure they will. I'm quite sure they will. Nighthawk 36 is also USB, but out of stock. Yeah, unfortunately they had to do a soft recall on Nighthawk 36. We're not going to see replacements until... we won't see replacements till November at this rate, unfortunately. Okay, standoff. I saw the standoff around here. Where is it? Had it. Let's get some bags out of the way that are empty. There it is. That's ugly. I've got better looking ones of these around here, but I don't feel like digging them out. I'm pretty sure CAN will die slowly now that USB is coming. Yeah, I agree. CAN will definitely be dying a slow death as USB takes over, and I am fine with that. I am fine with that. CAN is fine. I run it. I like it fine. I prefer USB. Could add the orbiter one. It's longer, I think. This is a 20 millimeter standoff. I think the Orbiter one's a 16 or 18. It came with standoff. I just had to put it in. Oh, CAN USB cable. That's neat. Yeah, it's just got conductors and shielding, so you can run them all together. I never have issues with CAN. I've had really reliable machines with CAN, and I've had very, very problematic machines with CAN. So, I don't know. USB is just so much easier. One minor configuration error in CAN, and you are screwed. USB just kind of works. What's Nathan Builds Robots say? It just works. That's USB. It's also significantly more user-friendly. So, like, beginners having to mess with it. When a beginner asks me about CAN, I do not recommend it for somebody who's just starting out. Like, especially if they're doing their first build. They're like, oh, I'm going CAN. I'm like, ooh, okay. Have to leave? All right, Helga. Thank you for being here. Thank you for all of your help. Greatly appreciate it. Just like CAN, it'll take off more when you don't need a second board. Yeah, the secondary boards are a little annoying, but I understand it because 24 volt. You know, we're still stuck on that. Great job so far. Thank you. I'm going to have to take a restroom break here quite soon. I'm going to get this tight. Where does it want me to run these wires? Kind of looks like just up over the end stop. That's fine. Okay, you all are telling me to plug in the EBB42 heater connections first. I gotta strip these back. Oh yeah, I see. Those would be a real nightmare to plug in. I get that. I get that. All right, I'm gonna throw a cable tie on this real quick, so I know where the hot end wiring is like going here. Come on. We have just a hair excess in here, so it's not too stuck. All right, run this up and over. Now, I want some excess for this wire. Built to Nevermore like recommended, running it off a buck converter. Cool. That works for you? Awesome. Love to hear it. Hope that helps to clear your air up. Also helps with chamber heating a little bit, kind of circulate air. I like Nevermore's for a lot of reasons. All right, I'm gonna throw another zip tie on these wires just to help tidy them a little bit. Okay, now I want to leave plenty of excess on this heater wire so it doesn't get... So I always like to leave a little excess wire in case you have any wiring issues. You can always you can have a little excess wire to re-crimp if you need. This isn't getting crimped, but you know, you can cut you can always cut back wire a little bit later if you need. I'm gonna cut like there. Also leaves me enough on this connector, but if I need to, for some reason, splice to that, I could. All right, where am I? I don't think these ones go, oh no, they'll go small enough for this. Yep, broke some cables when I had to take the EBB42 out because I couldn't get to them. Yep. Reasonable. I get that. I can see it's a very tight fit in here. I see that. All right. Make sure these are good and twisted. Now, I think I might have stripped those just a little long. Let's see. No, okay. Shielding on can is very important. Yes, it is. Shielding is extremely important on can. Like my Mercury 1, honestly, my Merc 1 ferrule, I'm not too worried about a ferrule right now because I'm going to be changing this heater out in the not too distant future. I would normally ferrule this, yes. I'm also a little worried about space in here with a ferrule. I like to put on a ferrule. So do I, but this heater's going away soon. I'm going to be swapping to the tube Hotend, which uses a traditional heater element. So this heater won't get transferred over to the tube. So I'm going to be changing this soon anyway. I'm not going to have a ton of hours on with this setup. Not too worried about it. Not be mistaken for Hotend tube. Yes. You can barely fit an EBB 30 a ferrule into an EBB 36. Yeah, this is also has that tiny little connection issue too. This connector is quite small to fit a ferrule in. Connector block, this terminal block. Okay. Okay. Should have pulled this out forever ago. All right. There we go. And these use what, M3x6 probably to tighten in here. There's some M3.6s here. Or do I use ones that came with the board? They come with the board? I don't think so. M3x8s. Okay. M3.8s. Here we are. Cool. M3.8s. Grab a bit for my iFixit driver. $1 a.m. All right, 3D Wolf Engineering. Thank you for stopping by as long as you did. Get yourself some rest. Thanks for coming by. Thank you for coming by as long as you did. Appreciate it. Okay. Is this not a PT1000 capable? It doesn't look like it is. Good thing I have another one of these EBBs around here. So RatRig runs CAN and USB. I believe it just runs USB. I believe this runs over USB on this setup, but I could be wrong. Okay. That board's installed, and that's the toolhead. We already did gantry alignment. Unless they want us to do it better again with the belts in place, makes sense. I hadn't referred to that previously, so I can understand you didn't see that. Didn't mention that. All right, I'm going to take a quick bathroom break. I've got to hit the head, so I'm gonna take a quick bathroom break, and then we will continue. Should be PT1000. You use a jumper. I'm used to seeing the little dip switch block for the PT1000 version, but I haven't run an EBB 42 before. I have a couple of them around, but I haven't used them. I'm kind of surprised how big his printer is every time I look. Yeah. All right. All right, folks, gonna have to bounce. All right, thank you for coming around anyway. Appreciate it. Folks who are staying here, I'm gonna quickly run and take a bathroom break. I'm gonna run an ad while I do that, just because I'm not gonna be here anyway. So I will be right back, folks. Back in a second, we'll continue. Back to it. Back to it. We going all night? I don't know about all night. We're going for a bit then. Who makes good USB cables for umbilical? I already posted one. 3DO. I'll post it again. That was quick. Did you wash your hands? Yes, I washed my hands. If you put 3 of these next to each other, you could camp and put a tarp over it. You could camp them. Yeah? Could. Okay. Where was I at? Jumped around a bunch. It wants me to check the belts for gantry square. I'm not too concerned about it at the moment. Get a white monster. Yeah, I agree with that. White or blue are my preference. Okay. Yeah. I'm not quite square, so I see what it wants here. Alright, I'm going to square up the gantry. Because we are not. Push it all the way to the front. If there's space equal, don't sit flush. Front, blah, blah, blah. Align the x-axis. Okay. I'm going to come around and work on tightening this up. Wait, there's another mod. Yes, how could you? Yes, 0G is a mod. There's more than one mod in the chat. Oh no, oh no. How embarrassing. Bam. Okay, that pulled that to the front. But now I need, oh, this one I need to tighten up too. Woo! Feel like something just, oh! Belt slipped out. Belt just slipped out over here. So, feeling like we didn't have a good grip on this one. All right, gotta loosen belts. That's annoying. That's annoying. Ah. Why did the belt slip out here? Did it break or did it slip? I didn't hear a loud noise, so I don't think it broke. Nope, just slipped out. Okay, that's okay. Annoying, but okay. Gotta torque the screws, yeah. I think it was just seating in there funky. This belt clamp is a little funky, IMO. I like what they're doing, but it's a little funky. Where's my Helga tool? There, nope, that's belt. Where's my Helga tool? There it is. Okay. Little tool slips in here. Now our belt comes back. Come on. There we go. Come on, belt. I gotta loosen this up a little bit more. I can't really pull it right now. Just a hair more. Got disconnected. Did we lose you folks? I don't know why OBS just freaked. Looks like stream's okay. Can't tell. Let me know in chat if there was a glitch. We're good now, only 1 second. Okay. Weird. Weird, that's a first. Okay. Belt clamp goes in. Yeah, these... I can't say I'm a particular fan of this belt clamping method. It, you can't hold the belt in position, then put the clamp in because your finger's in the way of the clamp. All right. Screw in. Tighten the heck out of this. I think that looks a little better this time. I think maybe I wasn't in the teeth. It was sitting on top of the teeth before. Which honestly, the other side looks like might be the case too. I'm going to check the other side as well while I'm here before I get too carried away. We're accurately depicting how much space we need for a real life me. Yeah, it was just sitting on top of the teeth on the other side too. So, pull this belt a little. Loosen up this tensioner more. Pull this belt. All right, come on. There we go. Now let's get this in here. That's better. That's sitting a little better. That's finicky. That is finicky, but it's there. I think my next belt mounting solution will be a printed part. You can insert the belt in, then press into place. I agree. I like that idea. I quite like that idea. Well, no, that's not exactly how the Prusa is. The Prusa Mark IV, I was going to say. You can have a screw that you, like the Prusa Mark IV, that then inserts behind the printed part or next to the printed part to kind of sandwich it. Doesn't have to be big screw, you know, but okay, that's better. Now let's try tightening this up. All right, we're just trying to square the gantry right now as much as anything. I loosened up these a lot, so. Yeah, those are way different tightness. Loosen this side up a little bit. Hey, that looks pretty square. Pretty square. Cool. Ugh. Okay. Now I gotta put some set screws into those. I didn't put set screws in them earlier, I think. There's some set screws that lock those tensioners in place, and I think I left them out. Locate them. I do believe I left those out. There they are. No, that's not them. What did I do with them? What did I do with those? Clean up some unused pieces here, or empty bags. Ow. Okay, empty bags out of the way. Here's a set screw. I think that's it. Tool plate, no, 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 no. Empty. Okay. Oh, well, there's a couple of the set screws I needed. There's two of them. How are you going to get this off the table? Help. Help is the answer. I think that's pretty much just how I'm going to do it, is I'm just going to yell, help. I don't know if I'm actually going to get help, but I'll yell it. If I yell it loud enough, maybe Joel will stop by. That screw in. That screws go in through the sides of these tensioners. Oh, I did put them on this side. I just didn't put them in this side. All right. All right. Cool. Now. 4 hours is still going. Yeah, we're now at 15 hours of streaming in the last 3 days. We went 6 hours the first day, 5 hours the second. Now we're 4 hours in. Be right back. All right, cool. 4:20, I guess. Yeah. I was surprised by how heavy the Voron ended up. Yeah, Delta, it is not light. How's Ruby deadlift? Pretty good. Ruby is not weak, so I think we'll be okay. All right. I gotta set the motors. This motor shaft I haven't tightened yet. Okay, it needs to go up just a hair. I can see that. Motor pulley, that is. All right, I'm gonna try and Yeah, keep something to walk down. I don't want that. I want it more centered. All right, I'm gonna tighten this quick. All right, let's try walking this a little. Open your third eye and use psionic powers, yeah. Needs to go down a little. Down a hair. Alright, gotta push it down just a bit. Now back up just a hair. Let's tighten it there. Ow. Alright, belt's looking pretty good. Print an eyelet on the bed and then use a hoist. There we go. Now we're thinking. Really test that bed extruder. Use the pooch it. Use the extruder. There we go. Put a spool on the ceiling. Hard mount it to the ceiling. Now we're thinking. Okay. Accessories. What's accessories? What are we hearing? Is that bearing sound? Sounds a little grindy. I think it's motor noise you're hearing. No, it's a mixture of motor and belt noise you're hearing. It's a little bit of everything, but I'm not too worried about it. I can always, probably when I switch to tube after I get a handful of hours on this, I'll probably let everything break in a little bit and then maybe do a readjustment on things. Oh, prepare the printed parts. So we're getting the LED corners on, I think. We're going to be setting up the LED corners anyway. Bringing up the bench. Okay. We're setting up the LED corners, the umbilical frame mount. And the Y end stop. Okay. Alright. I already did one of these last night, I think. Yeah. I did one of these last night, these corners. Extrusions this long, I'm sure you'll get resonance in the audible range too. That is a reasonable statement, I would say. Still going, looking good, thank you. Yep. I need this thing done, so we're gonna plug away at this for a little bit. At least a little bit yet. We're gonna keep plugging away at this. I want to get this freaking done. Okay, so there's corner pieces and then there's separate punk fill green pieces that just clip into them. They're just a tight fit. Press them in. That's that. That's how we get the illuminated corners on the front of this machine. I don't know if they come with LEDs for lighting this up or not by default. I'm going to go with probably not. Though we do get heat sets in the back of them, so I don't know. All right, fire up the heat up. I gotta change out the heat set tool back to M3. Back to M3 you go. Is this my M3 tip? Looks like 2.5 probably. 2.5. I wish I could find my frickin' CNC kitchen ones of these. They're nicer, but I haven't. In the move, I was like, oh, I'll put them in a box and I'll be able to find them. Haven't found them since the move. They're around here somewhere. Heat set inserts into these. You'll find them when you move next. I hope not. Hope I don't move next. Hope we're done for at least a very long time. Ah. I have no intention of going anywhere. Moving sucks. Yes, it does. Yes, it does. All right. Heat press. Heat press. If you say it, it works better. Heat press. Press. All right. I still have boxes in the garage 20 years ago. Oh boy. More trim pieces. Oh, dang it. There's more trim pieces. It looks like maybe there's LED boards that go on these. Can't tell for sure. Ah, dropping stuff. Whoop, whoop. Okay. Heat press. 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 A couple more. Bloop. Heat press. I think there's one more of these around here. Here it is. Here it is. All right. Ah, someone grabbed a little bit. I hate when they do that. Okay. Because I didn't say heat press that time. All right, trim pieces for the back corner here. Umbilical piece. Our Y end stop and our umbilical piece. Umbilical gets one. Front here. Might be the back, I don't know. Front or the back of this. Don't know which it is. Tube, you're in the way. Alright. That. Now our Y end stop bracket gets two of these. I like the sizing that they have on their heat press insert tools. They do not use Voron sizing, it's pretty apparent, and I like that. Do not agree with the Voron sizing. These are like ever so slightly larger, so you can start your screw in your heat press insert into them. I like that. Not a fan of 4.7 millimeter. Give me 4.75 or 4.8 all day. Could also be the material. Could also be the material not shrinking. I don't know. All right, this gets a set screw. Yes, this gets a pointed set screw. I saw those around here. I saw one of those around here. There it is. There it is. M3x5 set screw. Yep. Okay. I don't fully understand what a set screw is doing in this, but I will find out, I'm sure. Okay. This gets a pair of M6 screws. A pair of M6 screws and M6 drop-ins. For piano wire. Yeah, that makes sense. I see now. I didn't see the hole for the piano wire. I do now. Why does Voron use different kind of heat set inserts than the standard if you want accessible to most people? Sizing. Sizing. These are the same size heat inserts that Voron uses. M3x4x4, 4.6. These are the same size. Because the more standard M3 heat inserts are a little bit longer, which does make them stronger, but a lot of the tolerances inside of a Voron are that tight that the longer ones would be an issue. It's very often where you're running where you've only got a layer or two between a heat insert and the next piece below, or a passageway or something that matters. So these are very quickly becoming standard because of the Voron use case. So, but I do get your point there. Voron is M3x4x5. Yeah, 4.6 is, I mean, the 4.6 will fit directly into the same hole. Oh, wait, these are 4.6 diameter. I'm not thinking about this correctly. Sorry. Yeah, okay, maybe that's why these fit a little better. I don't know. I guess the diameter on the Vorons is the opposite, or not the opposite, the same concept. Error. Brain fart. Yeah. You think 980 is a good price for a Voron 2.4 trying to price out different sites? Yeah, that's a great price. A pretty solid price, depending on what comes with it. I can't really say, not knowing what's coming in the kit. For what you're trying to put together. But yeah. Okay, where was that? Hammerheads, M3, these screws for my umbilical mount. Get an LDO, you won't regret it. Agreed. Customer support is outstanding, definitely. And they generally have the best quality components already in the not the highest quality, but very close. Ugh. My keyboard working? No, it is not. Disconnected again. Again and again and again and again. It's when the keyboard goes to sleep, it doesn't like to wake back up. It's basically what I figured out, which is really annoying. RatRig does not come with a clipper screen. I wish it did, and that will be something I'm going to see about changing. Why does Voron use heat sets where nuts could function? My answer to that would be print tolerances. That would be my guess, pure guess. Your print tolerances to fit a nut in place and not have it rotate are going to have to be tighter than they would be if you were running if you're pushing heat press inserts in. Heat press inserts can give a little because they're melting plastic on their way in. Whereas nuts, you got to get that just right. And if your print tolerances are wrong, you know, somebody's printer isn't calibrated very well, you know, that becomes a support issue in the end. So many times as a designer, I run into it all the time. This part didn't work right. And it's like, well, measure this tolerance. Oh, it's this, you know, it should be 20 millimeters and it's 19. Well, your printer is out of whack. That's not my fault. Like, you know, I know that's part of the Voron printing process is to dial in those types of settings. Most people don't. So you can use the Pad 5 with the CM4 and USB power back and have it wireless. Chris's Basement did that in the vid. I don't care to do that. We had a lot of that happen with positron and printed parts. Yeah. Would Clipper screen work since this runs RatOS? RatOS is just Clipper. So it may not have Clipper screen installed. I might have to SSH in and you know, install Clipper screen, but I can totally do that. It's just Clipper. So yes, Clipper screen could still work whether it's installed or not from default, you know. There's also that. If you're using heat set inserts for 9 out of 12 holes, it just makes more sense for the bomb to have all 12 versus 3 nuts. That's also a factor, 100%. 100% also a factor. There we go. Where was I headed? Will filament shrinkage percentage settings help if tolerances are a little off? Yes. If you do a good calibration for shrinkage on your machine, that'll absolutely help. Well-calibrated machines will have no issue, but few people really bother to. I don't even bother with shrinkage calibration personally, most of the time. I've never messed with that setting. Yeah, I don't mess with it. I don't bother for the most part. I design my parts so much influenced by the Voron team that I kind of design to specs that just work for me, and I don't really have to, personally. But there's not a standard on the outside of the N3 nuts, so I have to design a part with N3 nut and on hand, then go and buy again at Home Depot, and it does not fit. Tolerances was the right answer. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, that's totally a factor too. I personally really try to avoid including specific parts in my designs that I can't vary, like the same heat press inserts that Vorons use. I use that because it's so standardized. But if I try to pick like you have to buy this LED bulb or whatever for my design, invariably it goes out of stock or something, and then the whole design is screwed. So like, I try to go as standardized as I can with things, but there's some points where you just can't. Okay, where was I at? This gets installed up on the rail. Cool. Gonna set it up there for now. And Y end stop. Where is it? Here it is. Y end stop gets mounted onto its piece. Hi, dude. You can't see Jekyll. He's laying around in the trash now. He has made a little kingdom in the trash. All right, this goes this way. And 3x8s. Where are my 3x8s? I had a bunch of them here. Here they are. You always print ABS when tolerances count and it shrinks the same. Accurate. That's pretty much what it comes down to is when I'm prototyping parts, I use Polymaker ASA. And so when I print my final parts, it's Polymaker ASA, so it just works. It just works. But seriously, that's like what works for me is if I'm designing with the material I'm going to use, I don't really have to factor shrinkage in because my prototypes will inform my design, which will inform my end printed part. Totally true. Totally true. Okay, where does this go? Y end stop goes in the front left corner, it looks like. Tighten the M3 M6 by 12 screw. I need an M6 by 12 and a hammerhead for this. Where'd I put the hammerheads? Here they are. M6 by 12. Okay. Where's my missing screw or driver? Nope, nope. I'm missing one driver. Oh, here it is. My M4 driver. Okay. That, get a hammerhead onto this. And now our Y end stop goes in the front corner. Here, showing it. Back to the workbench cam. I'll go put that in the front corner. Here's our little Y end stop assembly. About to go in. Boom. I gotta loosen that hammerhead so it spins better in there. This one I understand not being a hammerhead for sure. This one I definitely understand not being a hammerhead. All right, that's tight. Boom. We hit our end stop. I want one of these. How big of a table do you need? I don't know. This table's 39 inches deep. That's about the size of the machine in depth. Not quite. It's a little smaller than that, but I would say this is a good size to have it on, depth-wise. Mine is going to end up on a concrete floor. Nozzle wipers, I don't have the nozzle wipers, so I get to skip that because I'm not doing IDEX. I don't think. Oh, it does come with them. It does come with them. Does it come with the felt material? I don't see it. Is that what this is? I thought this is mine. Oh, no, I saw them here. Here they are. Felt pads. Felt pads for nozzle wipers. Okay, it comes with the nozzle wipers despite the fact that I don't have IDEX yet. Cool. That's cool. So I, peel off the backing and then... Yeah, I'm sure a Phoenix bomb. I'd kind of be shocked if we don't hear more about Phoenix this weekend. They should sell a kit with longer legs. You could just stand it on the floor. I mean, the Magneto folks kind of did that with the Magneto X. They made an extrusion table, basically, that is the stand. All right, fold this in half. Ish. Cute. We get these little felt pads that... Oh, two of them go side by side. I'm like, wait a minute, that's not right. Oh, two of them go side by side. You're looking for that warehouse? No. I do not make nearly enough money at this job to afford a warehouse. I am not Joel telling. So, someday maybe. They do sell them. They sell the extrusions and you have to source your own top. Okay. Okay. Nozzle wiper left. That's neat. I don't know, you're probably not gonna be able to see this on camera. You fold over 2 pieces of felt pad, and then you shove them in next to each other to create a nozzle wiper. That's a great little idea. The instructions will make it much more clear. You bend over this little felt pad, and you shove the 2 of them into there, and there's your nozzle wiper. Cute. What size screws? M3x8s to mount this. Oh yeah, yeah. If you had long legs, you could use that as filament storage underneath. That makes sense for a MMU system. Good idea. All in one unit, yeah. This is going to be a stretch for me. I'm going to reach all the way up to that front corner to mount this. I like that it came with the nozzle wipers, despite the fact that I don't have seal storage and use it as a dehumidifier too. Yeah. Heck, if you really wanted, if you did that, what's to stop you from putting an active chamber heater and a couple of fans to circulate air inside of there? And then you can control it off the main board of the printer and have an active dryer slash heated chamber, dehumidified chamber for while printing. Tied into your system, your machine's firmware. Firmware controlled right off of the machine. I like that it comes with the nozzle wipers, despite the fact that I didn't get IDEX. Like that. I approve. You're giving people a direct path to that. Well, you know, you got the nozzle wipers. Might as well go IDEX. Obviously not a one-to-one thing, but, you know, hey. A thought. A thought. What's a thought in your head? Does it use tap to level? No, it uses beacon. This uses beacon. They didn't even bother with any of that there tap nonsense. All right. I'm really looking forward to seeing what the Voron team comes out with after tap. Because I foresee tap is going to go away before too darn long. We've got so many excellent options coming out now that, I don't know. I can understand them not wanting to go. It should take 20 minutes to tap a 550 bed, yeah, a 500 bed. Tap is okay, but it severely compromises rigidity, yeah. Ooh, you can integrate an intake exhaust system into the print chamber with filters. Interesting. Okay. All right, nozzle wipers are on. Spool holder. Might as well put the spool holder together, sure. I don't know if I'm going to use it, but we're going to find out. Have it. Might as well put it together. Where did I put it? Where did I put the spool holder? Here. Oh, here it is. There's an extrusion. There is a handful of printed parts. Bracket. All right. Assemble the actual holder. The actual holder. think that would require basically a new frame with the idea of that Voron Zero madness I'm seeing there. Yeah, pretty much. For top hat and side pack and all. I mean, you could build off the frame to make that happen. Be easier building a new frame, I'm sure. Okay. Dang it. Or tap it. All right. Putting this spool holder together here. I don't know how much I'm going to use this. We'll find out. But might as well put it together. I've got it. Got it. I'll put it together. Oh, they actually want me to kind of loosely thread these down, but not tighten them. Okay. Now they want me to put a pair of Teflon tubes through here. I'm not going to use regular Teflon. What I'm going to use is Capricorn tube. I find that when you're using these spool holders that use Teflon for the spools to ride around, Capricorn is slicker on the outside than Teflon, than regular PTFE is. So I find it just works better. In my experience. All right, grab my cutter. I want to visit box 0 anyway. There you go. Box 0, mini fridge door, all the things. Snip. Come on. On my V0.2, I have about putting the extended top hat on and putting a spool up there. My issue is filament path. Don't run the stock 0.2 filament path. Run the URBF. Dang it. Keyboard. Keyboard keeps going to sleep and dropping out. Okay. I think it's called URBF. Problem with it is hard to insert into tighter places. Yeah. Oh, URBI. Yeah. Okay. Dropping it in there. Dropping in a chat. Maybe a modified version, like a flipped upside down version of this filament path. The Maple Leaf Maker URBI. I quite like that. That's what I run on all my V0s, is the URBI. I really like it. On the product page, it says 250 watt power supply. I thought it was a 1000 watt. It's a 1000 watt bed heater, which is mains voltage. So it doesn't need a power supply for the bed because it's mains voltage. Power supplies are just for providing 24 volt, 48 volt, whatever you might need voltage wise. So The 1000 watts is the bed heater, which runs on mains voltage and does not require a separate power supply, just requires an SSR to control it. Solid state relay. Yeah, the 250 watt power supply is just the motors, the hot end heater, the fans. So doesn't need that much power. Trying to fix my belted Z on my Ender, and I'm using F695s since I have them on hand. Is it worth to add a screw for retaining the bearings? My first time making it, I put the bearings on the inside and they kept falling out. I can't picture what you're talking about to say, so I'm sorry, I don't know. And I'm sorry to say I don't exactly know what you're talking about to give input. If anybody else can puzzle that out. Yeah, a little slick sliding this one in. I would probably, if I knew where my drill bits were right now, I might hog this hole out a little bit to make this easier. But, you know, oh yeah, I'm gonna have to. Here we go. Put a 4mm drill bit through this, quick. 4mm drill bit through here, quick. This hole's just a little undersized from printing, which is good for holding the tube, but not for sliding a tube in. There we go. Isn't that better? And it still holds plenty tight. Still gonna hold plenty tight. Ah! Driver, push this in a little bit. Bam. Cool. Capricorned. Capricorned. Robert Sturt's coming in as a lab intern. Thank you for joining up as a channel member. It is greatly appreciated. It is greatly appreciated. Thank you for the support. All right, next up, where do we go from here? That's in, got this bracket here somewhere. There's a gusset. Here we go. Lower corner bracket. Aluminum lower corner bracket gets a pair of inserts in M6x12s. Ah, dropping stuff. Okay. Then this extrusion uses a little length of extrusion to make our spool holder go together. Ah. They saran wrap this stuff just a little too well. Good for protecting it, annoying for putting things together. All right, so this goes like that. There's a cap piece here somewhere. So this gets tightened onto here. That's good and level. Tighten. Tighten. Starting to make our little spool holder here. There's a cap piece that goes on top of here somewhere. I don't see it. Oh, it's in the printed parts. Got it. Cap off the top. That just sits on there really loosely. Sits on there a bit loosely. All right, and then this thing, our spool holder, goes to the side here. P.S. My V0.2s are your fault due to the video you put up about the Seaboard 0.1. Cool. I love to hear that I am the reason for the bane of somebody's existence. A kid, but yeah. Okay. There's that. Here's our little spool holder thingy. That's assembled. Now we take out these two side screws. We put washers on them? Okay. Oh, we take the washers off. Remove the screws and corresponding washers in order to allow for the spool arm. Then we put it back in without the washers and with M6 by 16s. Okay. These get swapped out on the side for a pair of M6 by 16s, and the spool holder goes in that place. Got it. Careful to just lift and not lose my hammerheads. Okay, now I need M6 by 16s. There they are. I've been very happy with them, even if they are a time sink. Glad to hear it. Glad to hear it. All right. Can you go? All right. That. And there's our little spool holder. Literally a little spool holder. So only gonna hold a kilogram spool, and I foresee an issue there, but we'll cross that bridge when we get to it. Okay. Spool holder's in. And you could put a second one on the other side for IDEX, but I don't have IDEX yet. So, front trim pieces next. Will be used to hold LED modules that are not yet there. Oh, okay, so the LED modules aren't included yet. That stinks. That stinks, but oh well. All right, we'll put screws in anyway, so they're there and ready when the LED modules are available. I'll have to get on RatRig about that. Showed it with LED modules at in the original at Rocky Mountain. So tighten screws down into here, just so they're in there. Get these screws in place, get this together quick. I guess we're installing front angle assemblies, front brackets to stiffen up the front frame, and these trim, oh, that's not what I wanted. And these trim pieces will cap them off. I like that they at least like designed a good trim piece in, like they thought that out. Appreciate that. Appreciate that the thought process has been there. Isn't the IDEX just so you have time to change the other spool without pausing the print? I mean, if you really plan it, you could do it that way, sure. Really have to plan out your print, but you could do it. I'm definitely going to need a filament runout sensor on this thing. A machine this big, how much filament it's going to eat up, I need to get on designing a mount for the runout sensor ASAP. I think. 1, 2, 3. Where's the fourth one? There's the fourth one. It already has screws. Cool. What extruder are you using? It is using Orbiter. I'm just running what they provided with the kit, which is an Orbiter. Orbiter V2. So I could put an Orbiter V2 runout sensor on it. Actually, you know what? I have an Orbiter V2 runout sensor. So maybe I will do that. I know I've got a couple of them here. LDO sent a couple when they did an update on them not too long ago. Maybe I'll put that on. That's a good call. I'll have to disassemble a little bit up there, but I could do that. IDEX with ERCF on each tool head, so you could change to the next color as the other tool head is printing. Can't do it right now. Clipper is not capable of doing that right now, unfortunately. Unfortunately, Clipper is not capable of doing that right now because the way Clipper runs its serial commands structure, it sends a command, it has to execute that command. That would require 2 commands being executed at the same time. The reload function on the ERCF, and the swapping the toolhead, and then that toolhead printing. So actually a lot of commands happening at the same time. And Clipper is just not set up for that. Helga, the RatOS developer, has been in chat here a lot the last couple of days, and that has come up multiple times, and he was the one who pointed out that doesn't work with the way Clipper functions. Doesn't mean it might not eventually, but right now, it doesn't work. Right now, no go. Hey, dude. Two of these get 2 sets of screws. And hammerheads for the top, where we've got extrusions. And 2 of them, yeah. What's being built? We're working on like the accessories, the last little bits. I just put the spool holder in. These are the corner brackets for the front of the machine. Honestly, it's belted. It's darn near ready for me to be wiring it. I just realized that the microphone is basically touching the gantry. I don't know if you can see it there. My microphone is touching the gantry. Yeah, so these are accessories, like add-ons toward the end. We are really close to getting the electronics box in, and at that point I think I'm going to call it then, because I'm going to wire it off stream. CNC mic mount, yeah. Just because I need to focus on the wiring. Like streaming and wiring, they don't go hand in hand for me. I need to take my time. I need to really focus and chatting with folks while I do it. Recipe for disaster. All right, lower bracket. Ow, as I bump my head again and again. Strange. They need to update this. It's showing only 1 screw in that corner, but there's actually 2. Okay, so 2 more of these, 2 more hammerheads. Wonder if it's something to do how Clipper is utilizing multiple cores in the Pi CPU. No, because generally your multiple cores doesn't really allow you to split tasks necessarily. It's just G-code. G-code has to be run command by command. So like interspersing the unload command on an ERCF or whatever MMU with the printing commands to the toolhead can't really happen, because as this is printing, it's just going to keep sending G-code for the next movement, the next angle, the next speed, whatever. And the RCF, or whatever MMU, say that's over here, is working on triggers. So it's unloading filament, and then it senses when it unloads the filament to the proper point, then it needs to switch to the next. Interspersing that G-code, your slicer will never know how to do that. That basically has to happen on the fly, which is just not how firmware is set up. Firmware isn't really set up to have on-the-fly commands like that, at least that it's not waiting for. Like, it can do that. Okay, here's your next command, unload filament until you see this signal. Then you execute your next command. But that can't really be figured in, because if it takes 0.5 seconds longer to feed back the filament, it's going to cause a disconnect in the way that in the order of G-code. It's so hard to explain. I get why it doesn't work. I totally get why it doesn't work. Hopefully we can create, it basically needs 2 separate G-code paths in the processing, which I don't want to be the one to have to figure that out. Happy you're making good progress, but I'll miss these streams. We'll be back to regular streams soon enough. They won't be this, you know, intensive and long and whatever, but we will be back to regular streams soon. So we'll probably have a regular Thursday stream this next coming week where we'll get back to like regular projects, most likely in the Milo. I'd like to work on the Milo twice next week if I can. Get it finished. Okay, front bracket time. Cool. All right, coming around. Studio stream or video? Studio stream. For the Milo, we'll go back to a stream. I don't know if we're going to do in the studio or in my office. Not 100% decided on that yet, but I don't want to keep streaming from here until I get a little more progress in here. I want to get back to the office for a while, but we'll see. The Milo is pretty big and heavy, so I don't really want to carry it up and down the steps. We gotta get to the hybrid belts. Haven't done the hybrid belts yet. Maybe we'll finish up stream with the hybrid belts today, and then I'll call it from there. I don't know. We'll see. What you're saying is that ERCF takes multiple G-code commands to change. Yes, the ERCF has to run multiple G-code commands to change, and they're not on a fixed time. Because however long a filament takes to run back is going to change when those commands happen. It's basically a do this, then that command. So it's retract until you sense a limit switch telling you that the filament has been retracted far enough. Which is the best way to handle that by a country mile. Timing would just go bad if you have any slip, any issue. So then the problem is that while the other toolhead is running, you have another toolhead that's waiting for a command, but then the G-code can't know. You can't insert that into the G-code. You can't time for it. So, Helen has cool sleeves, just saying. Well, thank you, Nomad. Aw, thank you. And corner bracket. Sorry, you can't really see that. Here, I'll move the other camera. To a better position. Here we go. Oh, a studio stream or video setup? We'll eventually do a studio stream. Or, well, a setup video or something. Like, we'll get to that eventually, but I'm not doing that right now. The studio needs a lot more work before I get there. This was just like a slap together super quick so I could get to this project. Sitting on my couch munching on some Mexican street corn, life is good. That does sound like a good time. I'm getting hungry, so... Wait, that just fits. Could the sub MCUs send commands to work within the with the main MCUs? Yes, I think the problem still just comes down to G-code. Because you're basically editing G-code on the fly then, and I'm not at all saying that it cannot be done. I'm not a developer. This is not my area of specialty at all. So, you know, I'm just saying what I understand about the current functionality of the systems. So yes, there's probably a path forward to make that happen. It's just not currently existing in the firmware. Just does not currently exist. Top one. These two in this corner just interfere with each other if they're not threaded in a bit. Tight fit. Tight fit. Yeah, it's a single threaded task. It's always running a single command effectively. Those commands are just happening so quickly that we think of it happening. We think that things are happening in parallel because things are happening so quickly, but they're just not. They're running subsequently, one after another, in series. Okay, cool. And then these pieces go into here to cap these off. And then eventually there'll be some LEDs in here, but they don't come with them yet. Unfortunately, they don't come with it yet. Kind of a boo. I wish they did. Dang it. Squeezing that in, I kind of pushed one of the users in a little. Yeah, I wish it came with those LEDs, but it didn't. All right. Cool. Okay, what size screws do those get? Hey, dude. Hey, dude. Okay. Yeah, all the thinking is done on host, yeah. Okay, so these brackets go in, and then M3x16s go into those. had M3 by 16. Nope, those are M6 by 16s. Had M3 by 16s here, I think. I want to get to the hybrid belting. I think we might have skipped that by accident. I'm gonna go around real quick and throw these in from the front. Way easier. Way easier. Put these in up here. Thank you. Look at our handsome little boy. Oh, he got up. He's over there snoozing on some garbage. Thank you, baby. All right, tighten this down. I'm not going to bother with the rest of these. These are not mission critical. I want to get the hybrid belts on. How's long the stream going for? I have no idea how much longer we're going to go for. I don't want to keep going for hours, but I want to get at least the hybrid belts done. I'd like to get the electronics box on. I'd like to get to the point where I can start the wiring, but I'm not going to do the wiring on stream. As far as I know, Klipper is not designed to work with another printer at the same time. Klipper can run multiple printers at the same time, but not cross-talk. You can run multiple instances of Klipper, like you could run a Linux box in a Docker container or something. You could run Klipper, and I could run every single printer in my studio through Klipper at once, but not crosstalk. Yeah. Okay, I'm gonna move ahead. Because yeah, you would effectively be running separate machines at that point, I guess. Here, the upper PTFE guide. I'm not going to do that right now. Piano wire. Not going to do that right now. Electronics. I think this guide skipped over. I think we skipped over because I kept going through the guide links instead of going back. I'm going to do that. Hybrid and IDEX belts. Yeah, the hybrid and IDEX belts is way later. And do not install your Y belts before reading the commissioning guide. You're meant to be following commissioning. Okay, so they want you to install firmware. Okay, this is interesting. I'm gonna ignore what they want, but what they want you to do is they want you to set up the machine and run it without the hybrid system first. That's why the hybrid is at the end. They want you to run the machine, ensure that everything's up and running properly before you set the hybrid up. I get that. I definitely get that. I don't care. We're going to skip it. We're going to ignore it. But I get the idea. And I like where they're at. I like the thought. I like the thought. I'm just going to ignore it. All right. Hybrid belt. I reject your guide and substitute my own. Yes. They do actually give a belt length for this. This one they're giving a belt length for 1510. 1510. So 150.1 centimeter. Hi, doggo. All right. 1,510. Oh. Ow. Carrie, welcome in. Just got in from a night out. Well, welcome back. I've been here all day. He's committed, that's for sure. Instructions are manufacturer's suggestions. There we go. I'm going to cut an extra tooth on this to make sure that I got it right, and I'll double check it in a second. I think I might have wiggled. All right, let's check. No, that's pretty good. Okay, cool. As a designer myself, I often forget to RTFM. Chinese meal and drinks was lovely. Lovely. Love to hear it. I haven't had good Chinese food in a while. Ooh, now I want Thai, though. I do enjoy the thought process to find a solution, but it's probably best to just let somebody smarter than me, yeah. That's where I stand on it. I can throw out ideas, but I have no idea how to apply them. So I'm just gonna put them out there and then walk away. Put them out there, then walk away. That's what I do. Oh, okay. Heat press inserts again. Adjust the other close-up angle in a second here. I'm the crazy guy that takes those ideas. Yeah, I don't have time. I simply don't have time for anything other than to spit ideas out into the world. Do as I say, not as I do. Follow the instructions and set up your Y, or get your machine running before you install your hybrid belts. But I don't want to have to come back and stream just to put the hybrid belts on, so we're doing it now. All right. All right. So these go on top of the Y parts. Lower this. Okay. All right, this goes this way. What was that, dude? I just heard a cat sound like he fell into a box. Probably what happened. You fall into a box. Top and bottom tool heads, IDEX on a positron. There we go. That wouldn't be at all complicated. Hi, dude. Did you screw up something? Sounded like you fell into a box. Honestly, not impossible. Probably not the craziest idea that's been thrown at you. What if you did a positron where you printed on the top side of the bed and it had a gantry that went over top of the bed and a frame kind of like a box shape, and it didn't fold, and it had like a 235 by 235 build volume. What do we think of that? Life-size dummy 13 on that. Terrible. I appreciate you listening. I appreciate you listening. Okay, where did I go with? Where's my 2.5 hex right? Oh, there it is. Okay. Now the other side, second verse same as the first. Other Y side. Come on, get out of the bar, the package. All right. I feel like changing camera angle, so we'll just do that. Okay. Okay, there's our brackets on. Now it's belt time. Okay, this is way easier to do, I think. Helga said the tube wouldn't work with the MMU. The MMU has no ETA. I can understand that. Really long melt zones plus MMU, not the greatest idea. You really got to have a smooth filament path, because a lot of, as the filament's heated coming through that long filament path, long melt zone, I can understand the point. Where does this go? Oh, okay. It goes round this, and then teeth on pulley here. That's why I was confused. Teeth on pulley here. Where's my Helga tool? I need my Helga tool. My oh so fancy tool. The fanciest tool that ever did exist. Send a link for a dummy size, a life-size dummy 13. Cool. We gotta print big stuff on this thing, so. Where does this go? Okay. This has got to go up through here. You have a Discord. Yes, the link is in the description. A link to my Discord is in the description. Oh, dang it. Came off the pulleys. Link to my Discord should be in the description of this video. Alright, so the belt here goes, and it does like a little snake move. Snakes around this little tensioner here. There's a little spot. Little guy here. There we go. There's a lot of links in the description. Not difficult to have missed, I understand. Quite a few links in the description, so. Alright, one end of the belt in. We're around the tensioner in the front. Now we just got to snake this around this side. Come on, almost there. All right. And there is one hybrid belt. Thank you, Nomad, for dropping the link in chat. Pin it. Pinned. Ding. Ding, pinned. Okay, cool. Our hybrid belt is in place. Is there any color shift or dual extrusion? Aluminum belt blocks for this. Not sure how much that's really necessary. I mean, bling. Definitely bling. So, M3x8s. A couple more M3x8s. Wish more of these parts were green. Such a subtle color scheme, honestly, on the provided parts. Want more green. I'll just have to reprint some of my own parts, that's all. That's all. Okay, now this clamp piece goes on here. Nomads, did you see how easy the belt went in? We literally just had a meeting on that today. I guess I know what I'm in for when it comes to my positron build. Not as easy. Cool. That is one hybrid belt. I don't think I'm going to do the other one right now. I'll come back to it. I want to get to the electronics. I'm going to tighten this cog on the motor. Cool, that's good and centered. In the belt path. I use the original design, which is apparently the hardest one. Oh, lovely. Okay, that's tight. All right, we got one hybrid belt in place. I'll do the other one probably off stream at this point. I want to get the electronics box on here, I think. All right, back to the V-Core machine build and electronics time. Prepare your control board. Prepare the electronics enclosure parts. Cool. Where is? Electronics enclosure. All right, Carrie. Thank you for stopping by after your night out. Appreciate it. Appreciate it, Carrie. It'd be nice to see the enclosure or the belt set up from the top. Reasonable statement. it's a little hard to do, especially it's black on black on black on camera. Let me figure out something quick, see if there's any way I can do that. I can easily pop that cover back off. Here, let me pop that cover back off so you can get a view of what's going on inside of there. I mean, the instructions show a top-down view, but my camera angle doesn't really. Let me adjust this second camera angle. As good as we're getting here. So the belt comes around. What I did is I started the belt at this end, the end of it, started the end, and then I worked it around till it came back, and then the belt teeth integrate into each other. So both ends of the belt itself cog into each other, and that's what really holds it around this central point. And yeah, so same thing. Start with this end, the very end of the belt that's cut off. Feed it in, push it around, come around the little joggle there, back in, and then out it goes back toward the idler or toward the motor this way. So, yep, that's it. Hope that was somewhat informative. Good as I can do right now. Good as I can do right now. And it gets a cap here. That's what I took it off to show you. There's a cap piece that holds those belts down in place and gives it a nice finished off look too. Yep. All right. Woo! Our electronics panel is a heck of a CNC machine piece here. All right. There's the top piece with the blower fan hole. Well, not blower, but fan hole. Prepare the electronics enclosure. All right, where are the printed parts? Printed parts. Enclosure printed parts. 4 corner pieces. Looks like they probably get heat press inserts to build the box. Yep, I'm right. They get heat presses. Let me move the second camera angle. Fire up the heat press tool. Oh, my back hurts. Here's the hardware for the enclosure. There's the electronics fan, a nice slim line 140 it looks like, maybe? Doesn't say. But, no, 220. A 120 fan, I was gonna say. That is not 220 millimeters. That's 120? Looked big. Guess out of context. No, it's a 120. Out of context, it looks much smaller. Or much bigger. I mean, 29 M3 inserts. Here we are. All right. Now, insert time. Heat press. Heat press. In there nice, cool. Bag sticking to my fingers. Next. Hello, Ajax. Welcome in. Hi, Ajax. Heat press, heat press, heat press, heat press. Are you planning on running a UPS to reduce the chances of failure on long prints? I would like to, but I need to get a bigger UPS. I really want to do that, yes, but I need a bigger UPS. I don't have one big enough for this right now. Maybe one of my 1500 VAs would do it, but I don't know if that's true or not. Need a 240 volt one. Need an actual server grade UPS. I mean, I'm running this on 110. You mean supply voltage to the UPS at 240 and then output? Does it have an inbuilt transformer? Yeah. Issue here is just my biggest ones are 1500 VA, and I think that might do it, but I know a 1350 VA one will not run a 1000 watt bed. Because I tried running the Magneto X on a 1350 VA, and that didn't work. It would trip it and would yell at me. 1500 works just fine. Cool. Yeah, I run multiple machines off of 1500, so I would think that should be fine. I still need a new one because actually my last UPS is actually powering my streaming setup right now. It's on the cart that is my streaming setup. So I kind of need a couple more UPSs around here. I took all the ones that were running printers and they're now running computers. Almost like they're supposed to or something. Ow! Hit my forehead on the extrusion. I thought I was running a 220 bed. I probably should have, but I'm not. So, more heat presses to go in here. Reach out to EcoloFlow. They've been pushing their banks as huge UPSs. Yeah, they reached out to me recently. I had to reach out about their UPSs, but they were kind of small ones. The ones they were looking to promote. I should check and see if I can't bump them up to a bigger one. Could you provide the bed power with one UPS and another for everything else? I mean, yeah, I mean, if you... that is doable, because the SSR doesn't care what's on the other side of the circuit. It only cares on the control side. I mean, technically, yes, you'd have to have two inlets. I'd rather just get a UPS that'll power the whole thing. Yeah. Maybe I'll go back to that email. It was just this week, I think, that EcoloFlow reached out. Go back to that. I didn't realize these each get 3 more. Answered, it's really just a poor match for systems that are going to purge a metric crap ton of material. You mean tube? Using tube with an MMU, you mean? It makes sense. It's a lot of mixing in the Hotend potential. UPS printer video could be nice. Yeah, I mean, I've always run my printers off UPSs, so it could just be a good, like, not the same as everybody else, cheesy, I'm running my 3D printer in the park. however much fun I think that is, I think that video has been done enough. I've used a UPS to move a printer before. If you look on the Mandic Really channel, I have an old video where I started a print in my studio and I finished it at an event. And I used a 1500 VA UPS to get it done. Above 1500, you're looking at server rack stuff, yeah. Proud of your progress, thank you. All right, all our heat presses are now in that. So time to install the panel piece here. Install these corners onto the panel piece. So we get these printed corners that go onto this aluminum panel. Okay. Aluminum piece. They go onto this panel with what? What screws? Countersunk 3x6. Oh, okay, there we go. Countersunk 3x6s. I see it now. Where's my electronic screws? Here we go. Trying to find the screws I need. There's button heads, cap screw. I need countersunk. Get rid of a couple of these baggies that are empty. That'll help clear things up a little. EcoFlow has an 1800. Okay. Big ends average 400, 500 watts when in operation. Just as damn heat up. Yeah. Yeah, I tried to run the Magneto X on a 1350 and it did not work out. So. Okay, so we get countersunk screws that go into each corner to build up the corners of this electronics box. Here's a problem. Someone needs Screwfinity. Yeah. Problem is that there's hardware in different boxes, which makes it a little difficult to keep track of things. I wish it was all in just the hardware box. Incoming issue I see is this electronics box gets assembled on the back. I'm not on the back. The camera's not on the back. I mean, and the lighting's not set up to be on the back. So that's a problem. Because I would have to move this whole frickin' thing. Same method of screw management as LDO. Yeah, unfortunately. One problem with LDO. I liked what I did when Steve and I built the Trident at ERF last year. I actually took all the hardware out of the packages and I put it into individual screw bins. So it was all very easy and it saved us so much time. Should have done that before this project. I always say at the beginning of a project, I should do that. I should do that, and I never do. I'll take a photo of my Screwfinity setup. You know, Nomad, something you could do, totally your call, but here's a thought for you. You could make a Screwfinity print specific for the positron, so that it has individual trays specifically for all of the hardware that's in the positron kit, and maybe even a quantity number on it and everything, so people can dump out their LDO hardware kit into that Screwfinity kit. Then you can get the downloads on printables or Thangs or whatever. I would save that if I would do that if I saved what I did. Yeah. Yeah, there's the having to do it part. Don't say that, he'll make the bins upside down. move a little bit so I'm more in camera line. If you're going to enclose this, a lot of rework backing things out to add the back panel when returning the electronics box and wiring. Yeah, but I don't have any panels, so it's either I don't run the machine or I wait till I get panels. So just is what it is. I'm not going to be able to get panels like tomorrow, and I need this machine running ASAP, so I can't wait. So thank you for the looking out, but yeah. Thank you for looking out, but yeah. Just wrap it in cardboard. Eh. I don't need it enclosed right away. I need it running right away. It did come with enough cardboard. I could do that. But okay, there is our beginning of our electronics panel. So it's our panel with our four corners. There's enough packaging to do that. There is. All right, now our side pieces. So the one with 3 holes gets a regular ventilated side. These button head screws, yes, button head M3x6s here. Button head M3x6s. You could mount a whole PC in the back of this. Honestly, this is bigger than plenty of ITX cases. The advantage of pre-built printers, they come with their own enclosure. Yeah, I ran the Prusa Mark IV without the enclosure on it. I just used a cardboard box that it came in for a couple of weeks when I first got it. I had the enclosure, I just didn't have time to build it. You see my unboxing video of the Prusa Mark IV, you can see that that's what I did. Oh yeah, I didn't put the bed in yet. Oh well, that's gonna wait. All right, so this side gets it, and this side gets a ventilated panel. Could mount a server rack. Yeah, I could use a server rack server rack hardware on this thing. I could mount a switch to it. I could use it as a rack. Someone deviated from the instructions. Yeah, I wasn't putting the bed in. So maybe, I don't know. I keep saying one more thing. What are all the parts made of? The electronics box. The side panels, these side grate pieces, are aluminum. These are like laser cut, CNC cut aluminum. As is this base panel. This is aluminum. These corners are printed. I don't know if that's showing up very well on camera. Sorry, black on black on black is hard. Part of why I try to avoid black machines builds. Good news, the positron bed goes in last. Well, yeah, it's an easy, quick bed. I would hope it goes in last. Okay. Now, the other two sides. This side, it's the blank panel. The panel with this big blank section, I should say. something sick about an all black build. I know, I really wanted to do like a stealth black build with like carbons, like the only variation being maybe doing like CF filaments some places, so you get like that difference that provides. But it's just, it's so hard to film. Even as far as black rails, yeah. What, no Madness shirt? I know, not today. I know. Failure. And it doesn't help that my studio is always a very contrasty lighting setup. There's a lot of things that don't help. Okay. All right. Last panel piece. Which way does this go? It goes this way. Excellent. I like it. I like it. I like it. Ugh. Sorry, I'm getting tired, so I'm having trouble with the idea of like moving camera angles every 5 seconds like I do normally. I'm looking for a sponsor to do a Prusa XL enclosure, not the Prusa one, but the Sumo one. Yeah. I was supposed to get a Prusa enclosure for my XL, but it didn't show up with my Mark IV S, so I need to get an enclosure on that at some point. I want to get it down here into the studio. It's probably going to live in that corner back there, I think. Yet to be determined, but I need to get an enclosure on it. And the temperature in here is like, I'm keeping it around 70 degrees at the moment, so not as warm as my office, which is going to be better for higher temp materials, of course, but okay. Last screws in this enclosure, side pieces. I reached out to Blue Rolls about their enclosure that they sell on AliExpress, but never heard back. And Prusa offered to send theirs, but it just didn't come with the other stuff. Sumo parts are only 300 and are mostly printed. That's a solid fact. The Prusa XL cover. I refuse to call something with that big a gaps an enclosure. Yeah, I get that. I do get that. Okay, now we install the IEC and the fuse holder. It has a separate fuse holder. Okay, interesting choice. Interesting choice. Yeah, the amount of gaps in the Prusa enclosure is regrettable, for sure. But that's part of what I want to get it on and design some like filler pieces and things, and like the bellows. I don't care for the bellows. For the bed section, the Z enclosure. I just don't care for it because filming. Or like time lapses or filming, it just in the way. So I want to correct that. M3x2s, M3x12s for the IEC. Do you have to run 5160 drivers at 48 volts? No. When accordions meet 3D printers, yeah. No, you do not have to run at 48 volts with 5160s. I run 5160s in my Mercury 1.1, and that's running 24 volt only. Nope. You can run 48 volts through them. You don't have to. Okay. Getting this threading started is being a pain on this nut. It uses countersunk screws and nuts for the IEC, which is fine. That's fine. I feel like that could be a positron enclosure. A bellows, like an accordion bellows on a positron. I'm gonna grab a hex bit for my driver real quick. You can monitor your print through the glass bed. I mean, you could have a bellows that travels upward during a print. Be kind of difficult to install before a print because it would like be totally squished when the bed is all the way down at layer 1 at Z0. Right. IEC getting tightened in. But it could add to the quirkiness of the machine. Just saying. You know, Nomad, I'm sure you were lacking for quirkiness on the positron. Okay. There is our IEC and our fuse holder in place. What's next? Pair cable management pieces. They get heat press inserts, it looks like. It looks like they get heat press inserts, but they're not really being very clear. They were really good about indicating where heat press inserts go earlier in this guide, but they're not doing it in the electronics section. I'm trying to figure out a bellows, but it's not really the most efficient idea. No, it doesn't sound like it would be. I wasn't saying it for efficiency. All right, bunch of heat press inserts into these components. These are like cable management and such. Let me move the camera angle. Just better. That's better. All right, now these get all M3 heat inserts. Cool. Okay. Cable run pieces, these cable channels get some. Hi, kiddo. Dog just came running in. I like that I'm finally letting the animals come in and out of the studio. What are we up to? We are working on electronics box. We're working on assembling the electronics box. What time is it? It's gotta be 6:15. We've been going for over 6 hours now. Driver board. What is the driver board? It comes with an octopus. This comes with an octopus board. Comes with an octopus board. All right. Cool. All right, these cable channels are all pressed. 24 volt, yes, 24 volt. Just running 24 volt. No 48, dang it, I just dropped 2 heat press inserts. No 48 volt on this. .48 volts on the hybrid motors. Interesting. I might worry about that. Speedy motors aren't really meant to be run at 48 volts, and these are speedy motors. I would check with the LDO on their recommendation on that. I know they don't really recommend speedy motors at 48 volt. I have talked to Jason about that before. Pretty sure they don't. Those can run 48 volt with no issue. All right. I know when I've talked to Jason about it before, he was kind of like, eh. Jeff, welcome back. I run LDO Leviathan on 24 volts with 5160s just fine. Yeah. Okay. 2 more inserts in this. This is our octopus mount. Insane discounts at Micro Centers on Big Tree Tech parts. Yeah, I've heard they've been blowing stuff out. I guess that stuff never really quite sold as well for them, I think, as they might have anticipated. They also didn't really market it, and like, there's various issues there. I used to go and buy some stuff there. But I don't have one near me anymore. Oh, whoa, whoa, whoa. These inserts should probably be 2.5s. Can our pies take M3 screws? I didn't think they could. Where's my pie? Can a Pi 4 accept M3 screws? I'm talking to Micro Center about stuff. Oh boy. No. Yeah, 2.5. So those should not be M3 just. I don't like that. I don't like those words. Here's some 2.5 inserts. It did come with 2.5 inserts. Okay, cool. It came with 2.5 inserts. 4 of them to be specific. That must be exactly what they're for. Should be what they're for. Oh, I need to swap to, oh well. I'll push it in with the M3 insert tool. It'll work. It'll work. Yeah, so there are 4 M2.5 inserts. That makes way more sense. none of the stuff's discounted on the website. You got to go to there. You try. They take M3 if you try hard enough. Okay, well, pies are still precious to me. They may be easier to get, but I'm not going to abuse a pie. So, off topic and on topic, seeing the pie. Last machine I built, I went to an orange pie. You don't abuse a pie, let it abuse you instead. Exactly. I like to stick to original pies. Personally, I very much prefer to stick to original pies. Just makes life so much easier for updates and compatibility, and yeah. I just wish Pi 5 was sane. It just is so unnecessary for us, you know? For these applications, anyway. I'm sure there's no traces that close. Yeah, there probably aren't. Okay, now we can install our cable runs and such into here. So what do these get? All right, I'm gonna look at the instructions a little bit again as to where our octopus mount and our Pi mounts go. Octopus goes aside of those holes. Like the bigger side to the out. Okay. I see you. The dog keeps coming back into the studio because she's like, feed me. It's that time. She knows exactly what time it is. Let me switch this to actually see me, not just the instructions. Acquaintanceship over. We are all burning the Luke bridges this weekend. How's the new house? So far, so good. So far, so good. We are all burning Luke bridges this weekend. I insulted the man's tools, and then I found that mine were missing. War can be declared. Ah, dang it! I forgot a couple inserts. What I get? What I get? All right. No triple tube or quad tube. Means no triple tube. Ugh. I signed no treaties. Will not get positron dragged into this war, but you're the Pope. How does the Pope stay neutral? The Vatican cannot stay neutral if the Pope declares war. The city-state of positron. If you ain't Switzerland, you can't stay neutral. Ah. Yeah. All right. So close. I just want to get these in and we'll get some hardware mounted. Get these in, a little bit of hardware mounted. Now I want to see a positron with a tube. You are not the only one. 90-degree tube when? All right. Now cable runs. 90-degree tube is literally in the model right now. Oh boy. It would look like a vertical fire hose. Okay, so where does this go? It goes this way. There? This is confusing. This is not very clear. They kind of fell apart on these instructions, I feel like. Oh, it goes this way. Or does it? No, it goes this way. Feels like these instructions fell apart a little bit on this point. This goes this way. There we go. Cable channel. That cable channel, locating that was not fun. Dual SV heaters, go! Yeah. So much for my 20 amp breaker. Don't you talk to Luke about breakers. Dang it. Just dropped a countersunk. $80 is fine for tube air, 100 is better. Alright. I think I've got a 75 around here. I should probably see what heater elements I have for my tube. Probably see what heater elements I have. I should also change this camera angle a little bit. Basically working there. Alright, where did that screw just drop? Dropped a countersunk screw, where? Oh well, it's gone. Never be heard from again. Okay. Goes here, like, maybe, barely, kind of. That's not lining up very nicely. One of the holes in this is not lining up. Yeah, one of my wiring holes does not line up very nicely for the cable management. Nothing to be done about it. Water cooling a tube won't produce much heat for a jacuzzi. Darn it. Where's the fun in that? I've seen you print spacers. How about a countersunk screw? I don't see that happening. Things I don't see happening. I mean, I've made countersunk screws before, but not this small. Not M3. I'm going to loosen a couple of things. Seems like maybe there's just a little offset here. It's countersunks. That doesn't make a lot of sense. Ah, dropping another screw. Getting his countersunk onto the screwdriver. Not fun. Alright. A couple more countersunks. That barely is lining up. I have a RatRig 400. It's so heavy it's about to countersunk itself into the floor. You're still at it? Yeah, 6.5 hours. 6.5 hours in today. I'm gonna have to call it soon, I do believe, but a lady streaming tonight, not much longer. Not much longer. I want to try and get this electronics box built out, maybe get the bed installed. I think that's where we'll call it. We got these cable runs in place, going in place on this. Look at one more of those here. I can't tell. Yes, one more here. Get in place. Get out of there. Kilotube would be a great term for how much filament it flows. I want to see the bed mounted. It's a comical thing. It's going to be comical. Yeah. That's kind of why I want to get it installed. I want to... Looking forward to the first layer. Thank you. Thanks for stopping by. That's kind of why I want to get the bed installed, is so that people can see it. Come on, line up. I think I got this backwards. I think this piece is slightly offset. All right. One more countersunk screw. Okay. Now we've got our cable runs in place, cable management in place. We got to get a couple of insert standoffs in place for the fan. I like that. The fan does not mount to the back panel. I like that. Where are the standoffs for the fan? Here's the fan. They must be in here. Fan screws. Standoffs. I see standoffs. Bam. Standoffs. Bam. Okay. Now where do the standoffs go? They go around the electronics enclosure area. Why does it show 5 of them? I only have 4. Shows 5 standoffs. I only have 4. Must have been an update. I only got 4. I can fold filament with an LGX Pro, so it's clearly larger diameter. Oof. Luke, you really like the LGX Pro. I've really liked the LGX lights on some machines, but how's the LGX Pro for flow rate? With the tube, I assume it's good since it seems to be what you choose to run. Pros are excellent. Where the heck do these other screws go? Light Pro is a good match for the air. Okay. LGX Pro can actually feed conduction reliably. Okay. I have and do not recommend regular lights. Okay. What's the difference between the Lite and the LGX Lite Pro? Lite Pro has more tension adjustment, pre-tension adjustments. It has a different gear ratio for higher torque, and it has hardened gears in it. I do not recommend the regular lights. I like the regular lights, but I don't push them very hard. I don't have any machines where I push them particularly hard, so that's almost certainly a factor. Where the heck? I'm missing okay, there's 2 standoffs left here. But I need more countersunk bits. I seem to have lost screws. Mandic hit it perfectly. Cool, yeah. And there are no more countersunks. Oh boy. There are not extra countersunks. There aren't extras of everything, and that's not fun. Did I drop 2 countersunk screws? Oh, no, here's one. Triangle Lab Dragon High Flow doesn't go higher than 15? That's pretty darn disappointing. My legit Dragon High Flow from Fadus can push 20 without a CHT nozzle and 20 to 28 with a CHT. All right. I think I got these standoffs in the right places. Yeah, I'm blown away by what the positron is doing, Nomad. That's actually legitimately kind of crazy. I just felt something under my foot. I'm missing a screw and a standoff, so yay. The RatRig does not have a top hat. It's got the frame already is the top hat, so technically no. I mean, I guess you could consider this the top hat of the RatRig. So above the gantry's here, so this is technically a top hat. The unfortunately slimy bit is that what I mostly recommend is shit I sell. I don't sell stuff I wouldn't use. That makes sense. That does make sense. All right. Fan gets screwed to this with the grill. I don't think it shows, doesn't really show fan wire orientation. Excuse me, I burped. I gotta get wrapped up soon, so let's keep moving. Ah, damn it. Hit that button with a screwdriver? Yes. I'll see if I can send a pause your way. Oh boy. I foresee madness. Madness herein lies. Madness herein lies. Okay. Doesn't really show, but it looks like the fan's pulling air in. Should probably be in the DMs. There you go. Eh. Come on. Alright, I think we might jump over to getting the bed in because I want to get wrapped up. We're coming up on 7 hours of streaming. I am getting beat. The dog needs to eat. I should make dinner. You know, all the things. So let's see about getting the bed in this thing. I think electronics is probably a little too involved, and I really need to sit down and deal with the wiring properly. How long before you change this to a Noctua? We see how loud it is. That's how long. Beating the dog and then eating at dinner. Yeah, of course. The vegan way. Oh, little fan in the electronics cover there. 120mm fan. Could easily put a Noctua in there. Alright, let's get to the bed. Let's get to the bed. Yeah, I'm West Coast now. Yeah. I'm still screwed up by it when it comes to stream schedule. It makes my life way more difficult when it comes to that. Alright. So far. Alright. Camera angle change. It does feel good to be streaming again. It's definitely a bit much right now, but it does feel good to be streaming again, yes. It does. So glad to get back to it. Just need to make a little bit saner schedule. Just need to make a saner schedule. Where the heck is this box open from? This is such a weird box. Hit. Is it open this way? No? I think it opens from the end. I think it opens from the end and slides out, maybe? Yep, it slipped into the end. Okay. Well, that's a lot. No more 6 a.m. streams, yeah. Ugh. Cool. Oh, yay. Well, that's a bit big. Oh, I was wrong. I've been quoting this as a 1,000-watt bed. It's 1,200 watt. The 1,200 watt Kinovu heater on here. There we go. It's actually not applied yet. I wish they would come pre-applied. I don't quite understand why they would ship it like this and not pre-apply it, but... Yeah. Robert Sturtz became a lab assistant. Upgraded your membership. Thank you very much. Appreciate that. You should now be able to access the premium models on my so total potential of 1,450 watts on this. Yep. They shipped a bed over 0.4 watts centimeter square squared. Yes. I haven't done the math. I'll take your word on that. I believe it. I haven't done the math, but I'll take your word on it. I don't think I see myself applying that heater right now because I need to clear some space to do it. So let's just set this in here. I could replace my stove. Yeah. So this gets balls that clip into kinematic mounts at the corners, or like, you know, clip mounts. Some hex. So it gets these balls that go on each corner. It goes on each corner, and then there are also set screws that go in the back here. Set screws in the back that will act as bed stops, which is very good because on a bed sheet this big, I don't want to have to be trying to freaking orient this. On a bed sheet this big. Doesn't fit in frame. So 3M magnet, 468 MP, and there we are. Ugh. So I think I'm gonna call it here, folks. I am really starting to lose steam. We're at 6 hours, 45 minutes into this. Got the bed set in there. I don't want to rush through applying the bed heater. I don't want to put the bed in without putting the bed heater on. I thought it came pre-applied. Kind of disappointed it didn't. So get to bed, bud. We'll see you tomorrow. Yeah. I don't know if I'm going to stream tomorrow or not, because I just need to get this done, and most of what's left is wiring. And I don't really know about wiring. I don't care about wiring on stream. I care, but I want to do a good job and just get it done right. So, like, you know, that's a thing. So it's dinner time. It is dinner time. So go down another rabbit hole of a tool changing Voron. Fun. I wish I had time for it. I've just got way too many projects on my plate to go down that rabbit hole right now. So maybe we'll get this thing upgraded to IDEX, and then I can at least have that going for me. Streaming will slow down if you have a deadline. Yeah, it has slowed me down at this point. I could have gotten a lot further by now if I wasn't streaming, but I had to get back to streaming, so. Yep. Hope you have a relaxing evening. Thank you. Thank you, Robert, for becoming a channel member and upgrading your membership in the same stream. I appreciate it. If you head over to the Discord, you should have access to the Science Officers Lab now, which should have 3D models available for you to download. I might have to look at something there. Somebody said they were having trouble accessing it as a lab assistant. They should have access, but they were having trouble. I might have to work on permissions. I will see. But yeah. Take some pills and keep going. No. No. Got to wire, then tune, and do hybrid. I actually started to install the hybrid already. I totally skipped. I just said screw it to the instructions that said not to do the hybrid first, because I need this thing up and running. And yeah, I know that's not right, but here we are. I can always just disconnect the belt or unplug those motors. They'll cause a drag in the system, but hey, whatever. Yep. So, all right, folks. I'm wrapping it here. I'm calling it. Domino, come here. I hear you. Come on. Come here. Domino. Heard the dog. Where you at? Come say goodbye to people. She's probably standing right at the door, wiggling her tail. Hold on. Yeah, she went away. Nope, she went away. All right, folks. Nobody's here to say goodbye except for me, so I will see you all in the next one. Thank you for being here. Thanks for hanging out with me for the last 6.5 hours. So, see you all in the next one. Bye-bye. Domino's the dog. We have 3 cats, 1 dog. See ya.